G'day, mate. 40 here. So Elon Musk is doing some great work as he delves into the federal government and finds hundreds of billions of dollars of waste. And what's his magic key for finding the nonsense, finding the corruption, finding the waste? Just look for the diversity, right? Just look for DEI, and it's a great clue for life, right? You want to find the worst people, right? You'll find them promoting DEI and running one DEI scam after another, right? Good people want to be judged on merit, right? DEI hustlers, right? Not good people. So Elon Musk is just looking into the federal government in a completely unprecedented way. He's getting close access to a degree we've never had before by someone coming from the outside. And he's got the magic key. He's got the Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone, right, that is a deciphering tool. And a good deciphering tool for life, for business, for government, is to find DEI, find out who are promoting DEI, who are profiting from DEI, and get rid of those people, right? Who promoted Rebecca Loback to become a captain and have her flying Black Hawk helicopters into an American Airlines flight, right? Everyone who promoted her must be fired from the U.S. military. We don't need these people. And he's bringing in some brilliant young men, and they're doing great work, right? He has moved beds into the headquarters of the Federal Personnel Office a few blocks from the White House so that he and his staff working late into the night can sleep there. And he looks for the DEI, and he found it with USAID. And he's keeping us all up to date on his Twitter account. Very few in the bureaucracy work the weekends. So it's like the opposing team just leaves the field for 2 days. Elon Musk posted on X. Oh, man. And he's going to try to install AI, right, before the U.S. pays out on any grants, right? It has to be run through AI, which I think is genius. Right? They want to put all federal contracts into a centralized system so that they can be analyzed by AI. And he is finding hundreds of billions of dollars, right? So far, his teams claim to help save the federal government more than $1 billion a day. They're canceling federal building leases and contracts related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And he and his team of just unfamiliar young men are just roaming the halls. He's using the same playbook that he used with Tesla and with Twitter. But he's got a direct line to Donald Trump. He's operating with very little accountability or oversight. He enters the White House through a side entrance. He drops into meetings. He has a close working relationship. This is key with Donald Trump's top policy advisor, Stephen Miller. Now, why is Stephen Miller so close to Donald Trump while Steve Bannon couldn't last there? Because Stephen Miller recognizes that he works for Donald Trump, that he is an instrument of Donald Trump. Right? Steve Bannon is largely about Steve Bannon. Right? Stephen Miller, by contrast, he's all about Donald Trump. Now, some warning signs with Elon Musk. He talks perhaps too much about I and not enough about Donald Trump. But he says that we can balance the budget if we eliminate fraudulent payments leaving the system. And he may be onto some things here. All right, you read this long New York Times article with about 6 different reporters, and they're proposing a plan to eliminate 50% of expenditures, right? He wants federal government employees to apply a technique called zero-based budgeting, right? The idea is to reduce spending of a program or a contract to zero, and then you have to argue. You have to make the case to restore any necessary dollars. Right. Some perspective here from John Podhoretz.
Efficiency are going around the government trying to get data and information on how the government budgets, how it spends, where the money goes, where it comes out. We were told last night that what they have in some of these places, including Treasury and others, is read-only access. That's to say that they can look at things, but they can't change anything, right? It's like when you can look at an Excel spreadsheet at your corporation, but you don't have the right to edit it. That's what I think Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, said yesterday. And Musk, so I don't know what's going on, and I don't understand. I'm not going to. But This thing came out, and it's in the New York Times. Okay? In an article in the New York Times, I want to read this to you, and then say, does Trump, who is going to speak before the House, I think, on March 4th, does Trump have a giant bomb to drop on Democrats in the form of what Musk finds out through DOGE? And I think he does, because listen to this. In the New York Times piece about how Musk is a monster, there is this quote. Mr. Musk has told administration officials that he thinks they could balance the budget if they eliminate the fraudulent payments leaving the system. It is unclear what he's basing that statement on. Okay, so it's, in other words, if we can eliminate waste, fraud, and mismanagement, we can balance the budget, right? Which is something that people have said for decades. Clinton said it, Reagan said it, all of that. Then the Times goes on to say this. The federal deficit for 2024 was $1.8 trillion. The Government Accountability Office, this is Biden's Government Accountability Office, estimated in a report that the government made $236 billion in improper payments, 3/4 of which were overpayments, across 71 federal programs during the 2023 fiscal year. $236 billion is a third of the defense budget. $236 billion is, I'm trying to figure this out, it's a sixth or a seventh of the entire federal deficit. And nobody knows where that money is, which means it's likely been siphoned off through fraud. And this is a 2023 report that is an estimate. And Musk is clearly, and his people are going to go agency by agency to see where the balance sheets are in these books that nobody looks at. Can Trump realistically go to the joint session of Congress in what is effectively his first State of the Union address and say, we have uncovered half the federal deficit in fraudulent payments outside the federal government, and we're going to stop them, and by next year, the deficit will be cut in half? This is a New York Times story. I'm not making this up. I didn't come up with it. This is easily the biggest piece of news to come out of DOGE. I don't care about whether they're closing this or they're closing down that website or something like that. That they have independent support for the idea that the size of the federal government's waste is larger than the GDPs of many, many, many nations on the planet Earth entirely is pretty staggering.
And totally believable.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, and you know what? And wait till they get to COVID.
Right.
Wait till they get to to Biden's 3 bills, right? Because we haven't even gotten to Biden's 3 bills. What about the story that everybody is still haunted by, and no one has done the kind of like follow-on, which is there's $40 billion to build electric charging stations across the United States for electric cars, and 8 were built. Where's that money? Where is the money?
Right. Or the Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi that was supposed to go to everyone.
But is it sitting there ready to be used, or has it gone missing like all the goods from the base in Catch 22 that Milo Minderbinder is stealing and selling on the black market?
Right. Find the DEI hustlers. Find the DEI cranks. Find the DEI. You'll find corruption and waste and criminality.
Somebody is stealing hundreds of billions of dollars from the federal government, from us.
Gee, I wonder who might be stealing hundreds of billions of dollars from the federal government. Might it be DEI? Might it be DEI related? Might DEI be an excellent deciphering tool? Might DEI be the magic ring for finding hundreds of billions of dollars of corruption and wasted spending and probably rampant criminality? Yeah.
From taxpayers. And Democrats don't like to look under the hoods of this stuff because what they love is the big number. And they don't really seem to care very much about the implementation. They want the electric cars. We don't give a crap about the electric cars. Why aren't they yelling and screaming about where the charging stations are? Why was it left to the Trump administration to yell and scream about the charging stations? I don't even know what department that's under, but if it's under transportation, where was Pete Buttigieg? I guess he was on paternity leave. We're trying to figure out what state to move to carpetbag to try to stay in politics.
Well, I think it's definitely it's true because the Democrats are, I think, already showing their hand a bit. Dan Goldman, the congressman from New York, yesterday was like, look, we all agree that there's waste, fraud, and abuse. We all agree there's red tape and things we need to cut. And then there's a lot of stuff that we need to fix about, this reminded me, in a lot of ways, it reminded me of the judicial reform argument in Israel for a year where, they had this sort of massive reform of the judicial system, a total overhaul. And the opponents of it were going like, well, we all agree the court needs to be reined in. We all agree that the Supreme Court has too much power and it's unaccountable. But we're hearing the same sort of thing, right? Well, we all agree that there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. Let's get it. But we don't need to shut.
Have you ever heard of Vance Packard? He was a best-selling author in the 1950s. And his books were all around my father's library. And his bestseller, right, was called The Hidden Persuaders. And it's all about advertising, how it contains subliminal messages to sell products. And the book has this section about how the military deliberately recruits women with masculine proclivities, right? I'm not sure the book calls them lesbians, but the book shows an ad for recruitment, explains that the woman looks like a lesbian, right? Short hair, no makeup, no fingernail polish, in uniform, with a masculine name on her uniform. So it's not just that lesbians sought out the U.S. military. The U.S. military sought out lesbians such as Miss Loback, who ran that Black Hawk helicopter into an American Airlines flight. She was recruited. She had no interest of joining the military, but she was recruited and she moved up through the lesbian mafia. And if you've got friends who are high-ranking lesbians in the U.S. military, right, everybody, you'll notice, will just snap to attention when they recognize their rank, right? Rank is power. And most of the high-ranking women in the military certainly give off a very strong lesbian vibe. And starting off with USAID is just genius. Just genius here on the part of Elon Musk.
Yeah, so there has been a 90-day pause put on U.S. aid funds, and apparently out of the hundreds at this point of executive orders, many of them on very, very substantive and institutional issues, this is what the left has decided to actually galvanize their side and actually try to push back on. So there has been much consternation, both in the media, and then also we have Congresswoman Tlaib and other Democrat representatives, both in the Senate, and bloody murder about USAID. And I wanted to lay out a few things on the structure of this agency and where sort of what it has been doing. And I'll say this up front. I'm new to this subject. This is not one of my wheelhouse subjects, but I was very curious to see how this was structured and went back and read the Enabling Act of 1961 Enabling Act. There's been some amendments along the way. But primarily what enables USAID, which is the agency that simply consolidates essentially U.S. soft power initiatives, right, to support our diplomacy efforts, to support our foreign policy direction. And in principle, I have no problem with this. I mean, soft power is an important element of geopolitics, and certainly we don't want to be in the business of using hard power to try to solve every issue, and soft power can be extremely persuasive in that way. I mean, you only need to look at the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative to see how persuasive these kinds of things can be without having to pull out your military. And obviously it's good for us to have a counter to that in the world. But this really is a Cold War dinosaur. I was reading this enabling legislation. There are references to the population bomb in this, that hobby horse of the 60s. There are references to when and under precisely what conditions.
Right. There's very little conversation now about world overpopulation because world population is actually peaking and or already beginning to shrink. So that hobby horse of people on the left through the 50s, 60s, and 70s, right, that's done.
Money can flow to communist countries, and those conditions essentially say we have to be moving them away from the international communist conspiracy. So it seems, though, that this is yet another agency, yet another U.S. project or institution that after the Cold War has kind of lost its purpose, dallied around in the 90s and at the end of history, and then settled firmly for the last several decades into being essentially a left-wing international slush fund. And once again, as with all of these kind of pauses and the things that are making the left go crazy about them, the enabling legislation is extremely vague, right? It only lays out what needs to be done with this money under the direction of the State Department and ultimately the president. It leaves a huge amount of discretion to the president in terms of how to use it to support his foreign policy. And the guidelines on what how this aid can be used are on the order of vagueness, like we don't want to displace local self-help efforts, for example, right? So there are these few bullet points, but within those few bullet points, Trump can do whatever he wants. with this money. So I think this pause is probably to review all of these left-wing projects, as he seems to be doing department by department across the board. In this case, all of this money is paused until he reviews it and his team reviews it. And I suspect what we'll see is an end to a lot of these left-wing, essentially slush fund projects that go to NGOs in foreign countries to support, LGBT issues and stuff like that. I mean, what was the online thing? The Global American Empire, the GAE, GAE. Unfortunately, that really has that had real teeth. It wasn't just a joke, right? Apparently, this agency has been going around the world, and there has been a very tight connection between U.S. soft power and leftist social engineering goals. We have essentially been the gay empire for quite some time, and this is a key tool in doing that. So this is a great move from President Trump. By the way, I think these pauses, these across the board pauses, have worked very, very well because you see who screams, and even as an engineering concept, right? You want to pull all the feeds at once. You see what's necessary. You plug it back in one at a time, right? And I think that's kind of the mentality with which the Trump administration is going about it, that a lot of this stuff is quite frankly BS or pernicious left-wing slush funds. Pull all the wires out, and then we'll see what is actually necessary as needed and plug it back in. Anyway, I'm curious what you guys think of this effort. This is
So apparently 40% of FBI agents have been focused on January 6th protesters.
We just saw people going right through. There they are.
And our
flag in Statuary Hall. Now that is the area.
Is that the Walt Whitman camera that's capturing those? I believe.
No.
Whitman statue.
I'm not sure whether that's the Walt Whitman camera, but what that is the area where the senators process to go into the House for joint sessions. So it is through there that they walk.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
we are televising the breach.
Listen,
by the way.
in order to get to the Capitol, I mean, the Capitol is a free place to go. You are allowed to go to the.
Okay, and wokeness. All right, one of the nation's top immigration lawyers. He says because of Biden's immigration policies, we're in the worst danger of a terrorist attack since 9/11.
How concerned should we be that there is a potential terrorist attack on the horizon in the next couple years, given the fact that we've seen a large number of potential terrorists or people on the terror watch list enter the country?
If I had my hand on the switch, it would be at red. Because even when we were enforcing the law, again, I did a lot of cases with the CIA and the FBI, and we had a lot of intel on what was going on. We had sleepers, we had other targets that we were looking at. Right now, if I was an intelligence officer in a hostile foreign government, and they all exist, or even in a terrorist organization, when Biden announced that basically the borders were open, you could come in by simply saying the magic words, "I want asylum," and they're going to have to let you in. In the old days, if you were going to send a spy here, you had to create a legend, you had to create false documents, false identities. It's the same thing with terrorists. So they had to try to get through inspection. They had to, cross the mountains and get through, like you see in the movies. Now, if I'm a spy handler, I'm going to send somebody to Brownsville, Texas, and say, okay, he's one of my better covert agents, so he knows how to handle himself. I want to see if he can make it through under this. Is it a trick? I'd send him, and that person would report back saying, they didn't even ask me for my ID. They just let me through. They took my fingerprint, but I've got enough of a cover; it's not going to come through. So now, I'm going to say, if I'm a spy handler, I'm going to say, okay, give me some of the new young recruits, my force multipliers for the day that I pulled the trigger, and send them all in, because they have nothing. Nobody has any data on these guys that are.
Right, to be on the right means that you are much more concerned about attacks and threats and diseases and just problems in general coming from outgroups.
As active agents, same thing for terrorists. So right now, I would tell you, we're probably in the worst danger that I've seen. And I told you I was with the government for 27 years total.
Okay, chat says, Luke, it might enrich the audience for you to look up Emily Jashinsky. Yeah, I know her. I follow her. She's okay. Democrats are showing up at USAID like it's a run on the bank, because for them it is.
That's what's happening right now. I am tired of the white tears. Listen, if you are competent,
You are not concerned. When I walk into Congress every single day, you know why I don't feel a way and why you can't make me doubt who I am is because I know that I had to work 10 times as hard as they did just to get into the seat. When you look and you compare me to Marjorie Taylor Greene or me to Lauren Boebert, there is no comparison. And that is the life that we have always lived. So the only people that are crying are the mediocre white boys that have been beaten out by people that historically have had to work so much harder. This is why they don't want us to have education. That's what's happening right now. I am tired.
She's a good-looking woman. I'd like to hear more from her. Illegal aliens protesting in America. We're not going back. Trump, if it's legal, we'll be sending out worse criminals to the rough prisons in El Salvador. I love it.
Horrible people. You see them pushing people into subways. The train is coming. Last week, guy walking around, just sees somebody waiting for the train. Train's coming 40 miles an hour, and he gets pushed into the subway. And that happens all the time. These are sick people. If we could get them out of our country, we have other countries that would take them. It's no different than a prison system, except it would be a lot less expensive, and it would be a great deterrent. Send them to other countries. If we could go a step further, in other words, we're talking about getting the criminals out of our country that come in through other countries illegally, right? The illegal migrants, as I call them. Well, we have people that are just as bad as them in our country. If we could get them out, I'd be very happy.
You would pay El Salvador to El Salvador said that he wanted you to pay a fee for that. Would you pay that?
Well, it's a very small fee compared to what we pay to private prisons.
But under what
and a very, very small fee. I don't know. We'll have to find that out legally. I'm just saying, if we had the legal right to do it.
Yeah, I love it. It's a great idea. Blocking traffic while waving foreign flags to get people to oppose deportations doesn't seem like a winning strategy. It's like that, hey, Karen, you racist.
xildhibaanad ilhaan cumar oo dhowaan la hadashay saxaafadda ayaa tala bixin siisay dadka
in the country illegally.
As the mother of a proud trans man.
Oh God, I can't take it. She claims 80% of the most violent crimes in this country are from white supremacists.
I mean, this is very simple. We right now have a white supremacist that is sitting in the White House. He is backed up by other white supremacists. And if you really
I can't handle it. This is disgusting. LAPD releasing the migrant rioters, blocking traffic, destroying life in Los Angeles. 0 charges, right? Just outrageous. Yeah, let's send our worst to El Salvador. I like this idea here.
Let me read a headline to you. Chicago leaders encourage residents to exercise their rights in resisting Trump's deportation policies. The governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, basically admitted that he knew somebody that didn't have full documentation, that he was hiding over his garage.
But there's someone in our broader universe whose immigration status is not yet at the point that they are trying to get it to. And we said, you know what, let's have her live at our house above our garage. And good luck to the feds coming in to try to get her.
Your comment on all of that?
Well, I think the governor's pretty foolish saying what he said, because I got note of it, won't let it go, we'll look into it. And if he's knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien, that's a violation of Title 8 United States Code 1324. I would seek prosecution, or the secretary would seek prosecution. So maybe he's bluffing. If he's not, we'll deal with that. And as far as suing sanctuary cities, well, get in line, because the Trump administration is going to do that already. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals. There's one example, right? If the young sanctuary cities in New York City, if they would have gave us over the killer of Lake and Riley.
That would be great if they go arrest the governor in New Jersey.
Obviously attracted a substantial amount of attention. I'm kind of happy about that in general. I think it's great to have the left spinning their wheels about USAID and Elon Musk, as opposed to, I don't know, the restructuring of the entire federal bureaucracy. But I'm curious what you guys think about this.
Yeah, in addition to all of the weird gay and DEI stuff, which is completely insane. USAID has also used a lot of these programs as effectively fronts for the CIA, where they use them to recruit political activists from within these countries to help topple governments that the U.S. foreign policy establishment does not approve of. So it's even worse than your typical federal boondoggle, because this has become a sort of independent arm for foreign policy that operates without the express approval of the president and the State Department. So the fact that this is being, in addition to defunded, pulled under the State Department umbrella with Marco Rubio in charge, is incredibly important to making sure that U.S. foreign policy is consistent throughout the administration. And one of the other things that I flagged in looking at some of the programs that USAID was funding was that they were also responsible for giving money to EcoHealth Alliance, which is infamous, of course, for gain-of-function research, and specifically its funding of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is widely believed now to be responsible for the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's even beyond and even more pernicious, I think, than just exporting the left's cultural values to the rest of the world, but also from a general national security standpoint. This is so long overdue. And I think it's fascinating that when we talked on this podcast a few weeks ago about how the general response from progressives was quite muted to Trump's victory, and even the first week or so of his administration, where he was flooding the zone with all of these executive orders, what it finally took for the progressive activist class to sort of get off their butts and go protest was cutting foreign aid, of all things, which I think tells you so much about where their priorities are and why the American people rejected their view of how government should run so soundly.
So my kind of mental model for how the funding works within USAID, and probably this goes beyond USAID, but it's a particularly insidious and nefarious sort of quote-unquote independent agency that's been set up, is that you have a layer, and it's probably a thin layer, of legitimate or at least debatable, defensible funding that, to Inez's point, may go towards soft power efforts that we actually think are genuinely consistent with the U.S. national interest. Then you get to the grift/kickback element to it, where you have NGOs that are friendly with the U.S. government, and this is a way of essentially paying them off. There's a censorship industrial complex nexus here that Mike Benz and others have detailed with respect to the USAID funds. There's funding that actually ends up in the hands of our enemies across the Middle East and well beyond. Then there's the color revolution stuff, to Amber's point, where it's sort of this aid organization provides the cover, the funding, the entree for the U.S. government to engage in operations, many of which, depending upon who the administration is, at least in power, end up doing damage and destabilizing the world. And then I think that the other aspect that we have to look at is the entire NGO complex itself. And this is something that is coming into stark relief when we look at freezes across the board and reviews that the administration is engaging in. And I'll talk a little bit about this in my immigration block a little bit later. I think we have to start thinking about the NGOs as an unelected, unaccountable branch of government in and of themselves, where there's the arm's length relationship, which says the NGOs are going to do what they're going to do, and we're going to provide money to them so long as it's sort of in line with what the federal government wants to promote. But in reality, these should be thought of as de facto extensions of the state. So you have the administrative state on the one hand, and this is sort of like another administrative state, which has the plausible deniability of saying it's a non-governmental organization, but it just happens to take government funds and do things that are consistent with the government. And oftentimes there's a revolving door between government agencies and the NGOs themselves. And I think we ought to start looking at them that way. And one of the reasons that I sort of can't come to this conclusion, and I'm obviously painting with a broad brush, because of course there are NGOs that do great things, legitimate things, some of which may take federal funding. And I don't mean to cast aspersions on.
Okay, Don Willis is talking in the chat about Inez Stepman
behaving like a beaten dog with the Republican Party that promises its voters things and never ever delivers on them when they actually have power. This is just incredible. These CEOs have been, like I said, just a wish list of serious conservative policy. This is the most prepared, competent, and ruthless right-wing administration in, I think, the last 100 years.
Welcome to Undercurrents, our daily news show from Unheard's Washington Bureau. Today's guest is Inez Stepman. Subscribe here wherever you get your podcasts and over at undercurrents.tv for the full premium experience of the show, where now you can join the country spent much of the day yesterday, trying to figure out what the heck that memo actually meant. The Wall Street Journal reported, quote, states and local governments scrambled Tuesday to assess the impact of a broad and far-reaching order by the White House to pause hundreds of billions of dollars in federal grants, loans, and other finance
policy agenda items that the Republican Party has been in some form or another promising its voters for decades and never delivering on. The follow-up tweet I sent after this one in a thread was, I'm frankly shocked that we put voting inputs into the system. We voted for Donald Trump. and then the outputs came out of the system, and it's everything he said he was going to do and that we voted for. That sounds so basic, but after decades of behaving like a beaten dog with the Republican Party that promises its voters things and never ever delivers on them when they actually have power, this is just incredible. These EOs have been, I mean, like I said, just a wish list of serious conservative policy. This is the most prepared, competent, and ruthless right-wing administration for sure in I think the last 100 years, but certainly since Reagan.
To your point about some of the things that have been suggested by, I like the phrase that you use, serious kind of right-wing policy people for years. Which ones stand out to you as somebody who's actually been behind the conception of some of these policy suggestions?
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much, honestly. I can't choose, but I'll give you a couple. The batch of EOs that are dealing with the federal workforce, which, by the way, the Federal Employees Union has the honor of being the first to sue the Donald Trump administration. I believe at 1202 or 1203, they sued the Trump administration. But there's a whole batch of EOs and memos that goes out that show me that they understand what they're dealing with in the bureaucracy this time around. A lot of credit to Russ Vought over at OPM for that. But so resuming Schedule F reforms, which is taking people with policymaking power in the federal bureaucracy and making sure that they are fireable and hireable by the elected president rather than protected by very, very intense civil service protections, right? And this is a basic tenet, you would think, of a democratic system at all. The people making policy-making decisions, people functionally making law in the way that our unconstitutional government has operated for quite some time, right? Regulations have the force of law. Much of the business of the U.S. government goes through the executive bureaucracy. It's not being legislated by Congress. And the people who make the decisions about those regulations should be accountable to the American people, right? In other words, there should be a direct line of accountability to, in this case, Donald Trump, but could be any president, right? The president who was elected by the American people, who then hires a guy, who directs a guy under him, who directs a guy under him, who directs a guy under him. Like, that's how this should function constitutionally. What's actually happened is that line of accountability has been cut for decades, where we have millions of unaccountable bureaucrats who are applying their own political acumen and decision-making without ever having to stand for election, without ever having to stand before the American people and say, this is the policy that I stand for. Do you want this or not? Show me with your vote. That hasn't happened. And so they're used to this kind of unaccountable form of governance where they get to impose their political preferences on the American public without having to go through the political system. And so there's a series of these EOs. Schedule F reforms are one of them. But there are others dealing with various aspects of the federal bureaucracy. Not all of these are amenable to executive power. There are things that are wrong with federal employment that cannot be undone or done with an EO. But the way that these EOs are designed is incredibly hopeful to me. And I'll just point to a Reddit post that went viral on X with this kind of quote unquote whistleblower making a throwaway account at OPM saying they've taken over OPM. They've taken over OPM in 5 days. They found somebody. They went around a lot of the high-ranking not political appointees exactly, the career bureaucrats there that have those civil service protections until they could find somebody who would work with them. This is a very different administration that came in 2017 that did not know how to use the federal bureaucracy, that allowed that federal bureaucracy to be weaponized not only against them but against the random Americans who agreed with them. I'm thinking here, for example, about DOJ abuses. That memo that went around that called parents domestic terrorists for showing up at school board meetings. It just goes on and on and on. But this is an administration that from these EOs really, really understands what comprises the deep state, what comprises the bureaucratic state that has functionally run America now for decades, and has a plan to counteract that and to bring it back under political control, back under democratic control. And I think that that's just one among many. I mean, there's so much in these EOs. We could talk just hours about what's in them. And that's the half of them I've read. There's 200 of them.
It's truly astounding if you're scrolling through the White House website and just looking at what's happened over the course of the last week. Even Political Playbook has been referring to this as a, quote, revolution in recent days. But let me ask you about something you just mentioned, which is this is sort of how the government has functioned over the course of the last several decades. So to a lot of normal people who hate what you just referenced, that threat of domestic terrorism coming from people at parent-teacher association meetings and all of that came out of Merrick Garland's FBI, they would hate that. But maybe then they see that, for example, the Medicaid portals right now are frozen because people were confused about the OMB memo that came out on Monday night. And they might say, whoa, wait a second. Are we just dismantling good things with the bad? What would your answer to that be, Inez?
So I think this freeze is fantastic. It's one of many fantastic. It just seems like every day I wake up and it's Christmas from winning Santa Claus, Donald Trump. This is something I would not have even contemplated, but I think it's a fantastic idea. Several facts about this pause. Okay, one, it's not supposed to apply to individual payments. Now, Medicaid reimbursements, I think, go through various institutions and they go through the states, which is why there's some, sort of unclearness that needs to be resolved around that. But I suspect that will happen very quickly, and they'll resolve in favor of granting these Medicaid payments, right? So this is a pause. It's a temporary pause. They're looking, I think the date that they're looking at is something around February 10th. So we're really only talking about a couple of weeks. And what are they going to do during that pause? They're going to be reviewing all of these grants that have been going out, and they're going to be reviewing them and seeing whether or not the Trump administration wants those grants to continue. And the reason that this is so incredible is because the entire leftist organizational apparatus has been funded by the U.S. taxpayer. These grants that go out, for example, to Harvard University to study, I don't know, the effects of systemic racism on left-handed lesbians, okay? Those are the kind of grants that have been going out for years. They fund, left-wing organizations, nonprofit organizations through grants. They fund basically the entire apparatus of sort of the left-wing activist realm is not funded primarily by private money and donors the way that the rights is. This is basically like 1,000 heritage foundations being funded every year by the federal government directly. So those are the sorts of things that the Trump administration is looking for. They're pulling things that use language associated with DEI. If you have some kind of grant that's for cancer research in a university, your money will flow back to you in a couple weeks. So they're just taking this pause to actually review where this money is being spent. And there's some really interesting, in my opinion, like constitutional questions that they're very revealing, that shows how far the regular operations of our government have gotten from the original design, the constitutional design of American governance, that I actually think this is a move that will hopefully restore constitutional norms in a way that I don't think we've seen, again, in decades, maybe in a century. Because the reason Donald Trump can do this with these grants, and people might be asking at home, like, since when does the president decide where these dollars are spent? Isn't that Congress's job? Isn't that why they fight about the budget every year? Yes, but most of that budget is written in phrases. The most popular phrase in the federal government in terms of legislation is the department shall, ... Right? So much of the specifics of these grants are left to the agencies, to these unelected bureaucrats. And for so long, the Democrats have just been able to pass off political responsibility that would come with actually legislating in favor of spending taxpayer money on these things. They've just been able to pass it off to their buddies in the administrative state who don't have to stand for election. And those people have written out those grants that, if held up to the light of day, would be extremely unpopular.
There's so many random ways that the money is spent, and to your point, it all ends up falling under the executive branch. So let me also ask about what you just said in terms of people looking at this and being like, well, he's just governing by pen, and this is what conservatives, and I would say rightfully, criticize Barack Obama for doing on things like immigration, DACA, for example. Have you seen any of that out of the Trump administration to the degree that would concern you yet? Is that something that people should be paying attention to? Does it sort of echo what conservatives were upset with when it came to Obama, or is it, I guess, so far so good from your perspective?
So this is how the federal government has operated now for decades. It has been by the pen and the phone. Obama made it very explicit. And one of the reasons that, quote, blew up and the reason there was such a fight, that was over DACA, over the granting temporary status to people children illegally in the United States, right? That was something that Congress had directly considered and rejected. And so Congress Congress debated about something exactly like this, right? It didn't pass. And then the president went around Congress and said, well, I'm going to do it anyway. And so, yes, if this spurs a conversation about the fact that the legislative branch doesn't legislate, I think that's a good thing. Again, I think this is excellent, this pause. If Congress has a problem with the way that Donald Trump is spending all this quote unquote department shall money, they can get off of their collective asses and legislate. They have that power. They just haven't wanted to take accountability for how this money has been spent. It's very convenient for them. They get to say they oppose what the department did if it's unpopular, right? They don't have to take any credit, but they also, don't have to actually legislate and choose what they stand for before their voters in a way that the American people can actually hold them responsible for. It's very politically convenient for them. And again, I would welcome that. If this spurs Congress to actually behave like a co-equal branch of government, and the design of the founders really the first among co-equals branch of government, they are supposed to be doing a lot of this. They haven't done it, again, for decades because they wanted to avoid accountability for it. And Donald Trump is simply taking the executive branch back under his political control, which is ultimately how that branch is supposed to operate. And if they don't like what he's doing, they can pass a law about it.
Did you see the birthright citizenship move saying we interpret the 14th Amendment thusly to be overstep? It kind of reminded me of what Biden did on his way out with the quote-unquote 28th Amendment and the Equal Rights Amendment, which we don't have to get into because you and I could talk for days probably without food or water about the Equal Rights Amendment. But did you see it? Was there any executive overreach that sort of perked your ears when it came to what he decided to do there? I know it's something that's floated around Claremont Institute circles for a really long time. To me, it seems like there's an argument to be made that that's executive overreach, but I'm curious what you make of it. You're a closer observer than I am.
I think my reading, and I don't have any sort of insider information to report, but my reading of this EO and sort of knowing the debates around this for the last several years, my impression is that this EO is written to place a bunch of sequential questions in front of the Supreme Court, right? So I think part of the reason, for example, those in a legal status but temporary status here are included in this EO, I think the Trump administration wants each of those categories to get a hearing in front of the Supreme Court and to find out where this line actually is. So most of this goes back to a case, as many people know, called Wong Kim Ark in the late 19th century, but that dealt with people who were temporarily but legally in the United States and the status of their children who were born here. There's never been like an explicit, there's a footnote that hints to it, but there's never actually been a case on point on the question of whether people who are illegally in the United States, their children ought to have birthright citizenship and be granted American citizenship by virtue of being born here. So there is a very open question about what subject to the jurisdiction actually means. Now, maybe the Supreme Court will clarify it and say, yes, that the children of even the children of illegal immigrants are subject to our jurisdiction. That's our original reading of this. I think it is a genuinely open debate. There are some legislative history sort of points that can be marshaled in the Trump administration's favor. Their brief on this was very good and convincing on several points. But ultimately, my impression is that this EO covers so many categories of people so that we can get all of those categories of people in front of the Supreme Court and hash out to whom does birthright citizenship apply. And my own personal sort of feelings on the matter are that the line, and I don't know exactly how this lines up with each particular visa category, but I think birthright citizenship should fundamentally be extended to the children of people who have been invited to be part of the American body politic, right? I don't think that essentially new citizens should be forced on the American people. This should be, I think it's a reasonable conclusion that if we invite somebody to be part of our country, to be a fellow citizen at some point along the line, right, that their children and their families, we assume that when we invite you, that your children will grow up to be Americans, right? That is a beautiful thing. And I am very much in favor of, by the way, of the general policy of birthright citizenship as opposed to the kind of citizenship by blood that is traditionally practiced in Europe. This is a new world versus old world thing. Latin American countries are also mostly jus soli. They're mostly like the United States. They have the equivalent of birthright citizenship. So I like the system of birthright citizenship, but I think it's a very open question whether that system has been abused by people who are illegally here in the country and have never been, under any circumstances or any interpretation, invited to be part of the American project by the American people. And then also the question of like people who are essentially birth tourism, right? People who are very temporarily here in the United States, also not invited to be, part of the American project alongside American citizens. But we're talking about people who specifically schedule like even as much as tourism visas so that they can give birth in the United States and that their children therefore have American citizenship. So for example, there's quite a large Chinese birth tourism industry because it's very helpful for people to have children with American citizenship. And of course, because we have chain migration, that's why they call it anchor baby, right? Once you have an American citizen child, then you have granted a series of preferential status to come and be here legally yourself. I think that system has been abused, and I will interested in seeing. I don't really see it as executive overreach so much as I think they want clarification on what the limits of birthright citizenship are constitutionally from the Supreme Court. What are the parameters that are actually set by the 14th Amendment and by the history of the 14th Amendment? And, what can we decide on as elected, an elected government?
Now, Christopher Caldwell wrote in the Free Press, actually just yesterday, quote, 10 presidents managed to insulate affirmative action from public accountability. Then it became obvious to the public that changing anything would require dismantling everything. And Christopher Caldwell obviously wrote a fascinating book on this exact subject. It's something that you, Chris Rufo, and others have now spent years trying to sort of untangle what it would mean, or trying to figure out what it would mean to untangle the civil rights, good and bad, from the bureaucracy. And I'm curious, Inez, of what you make of Caldwell's, assertion there, or maybe the best way to put it is assessment of what's happened just in the first week when it comes to DEI and the sort of civil rights order that's been in place for decades now, and your own take on it, too.
Yeah, I think these DEI orders have been fantastic. I know that that's a theme, and I have not always been like a pure cheerleader of Donald Trump, especially in his first administration, largely because some of these things didn't happen. But I think these orders are very encouraging, given the way that they're looking at the Civil Rights Act. And here's the bottom line. We either are going to have a major piece of federal legislation that protects the rights of Americans not to be discriminated against on the basis of race and sex, or we're not. And what's totally untenable, and what has been the situation for the last several decades, has been that some races are protected by, anti-discrimination law that's in the Civil Rights Act, and some races functionally are not, even though that's not what the law says, right? And I can give you a bunch of examples of that, but I can start with the fact that the EEOC, dealing with Title VII, which is the part of the Civil Rights Act that deals with private employers, they ignore cases with that should be slam dunk, like obvious cases. So in 2020, a whole bunch of American businesses came out and functionally said, we're going to use quotas. We're going to hire more people of certain races in the next year. We're going to hire 30% more of people of certain races in the next year. So let me remind people, this, not even a little bit, not even a thumb on the scale, is allowed under Title VII. So there was for many years this special carve out until the recent SFFA decision on college admissions. There was a carve out for universities for affirmative action, but employers have never been allowed to engage in quote unquote affirmative action. Okay. It is illegal for them to consider race at all in hiring and firing. And we had major American companies coming out in 2020 proudly declaring that they were breaking the law. It would have been the easiest slam dunk case under Title VII ever. But interestingly, quote unquote, the EEOC did not pick up any of those cases. It did not bring a case against Google for openly declaring that they were going to use racially discriminatory hiring against white people. Right. So what is not functional is for us to maintain these laws and only apply them to certain races. Either we're going to have libertarian free-for-all where everybody can decide who they want to work with and who they want to hire, and even on the basis of race, and we're going to permit that, or we're going to have the civil rights law that applies equally to everyone, because this half and half thing is completely untenable and it's unfair. And I think the American people have rejected it.
Okay, that was awesome. That was Inez Stepman talking to Emily Kaczynski. Keep an eye on this Trump-Netanyahu press conference. We'll jump in if there's something really good. But Christopher Caldwell has an essay in the Free Press. Right, Christopher Caldwell is an absolute giant. He says, Donald Trump is not simply eliminating the affirmative action enforcement machinery, he's throwing it into reverse. He published this January 27, so a week ago. So tumultuous was the first week of Donald Trump's second term that people have barely noticed a week on that last Tuesday he repealed affirmative action by executive order. That is astonishing. For half a century, affirmative action has been the federal government's principal instrument for carrying out desegregation, the longest and costliest moral crusade in American history. Right, sounds beautiful on the face of it, but what it does mean in reality is that you have litigation over the most personal of decisions, and it has reduced social trust, social cohesion, made doing business more expensive and difficult. It has fractured relationships between Americans. It's been a disaster. In theory, it's great, but in practice, it's been horrible. So after the 1970s, affirmative action was adapted to liberation movements from feminism to gay rights. Supreme Court justices anguished over the way its call for special consideration of minorities might clash with the letter of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which supposedly barred racial discrimination, but it only barred certain types of racial discrimination and effectively mandated other types of racial discrimination. Over the past decade, affirmative action became the hammer of the diversity, equity, and inclusion movement. All right? You find a leader in that movement, you have found someone who is corrupt and who is hostile to the type of America that you want to live in. DEI has grown so unpopular that it's now brought affirmative action and much else down with it. So Trump's decision to repeal it is the most significant policy change of this century. It is more significant than the Affordable Care Act of 2010 or anything done about COVID. How can people talk about anything else? Yet major news outlets treat Trump's bold move as a detail of personnel management. New York Times headlined, "Distress and fury as Trump upends federal jobs." So somewhere along the line, the Trump administration came to understand in a sophisticated way how the enforcement of civil rights works. Not many Americans do, and it's worth reviewing. The standard Black History Month account of civil rights stresses its idealistic and ethical side, but like all government programs, it is better understood through its bureaucratic and ruthless and litigious and interfering side. So affirmative action is in the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Though the program as we now know it was launched a year later with Lyndon Baines Johnson Executive Order 11246. LBJ ordered companies and institutions doing business with the government to have activist non-discrimination policies and empowered bureaucrats in the Office of Federal Contract Compliance Programs to enforce them. Responsibilities for companies were laid out over 158 pages in Title 41, Chapter 60, the Federal Code of Regulations, including comparing incumbency to availability, outreach and positive recruitment, and the meeting of goals and timetables set by the federal government. Now, these goals are not always clear, but the safest way, right, the easiest way to stay out of trouble is just treat them as quotas and to match incumbents, employees, to those available, the percentage of any given ethnic group in the population as closely as possible, and then give the DEI hires just make work jobs. All right, they're like the pretty women on road construction crews who hold the signs. Executive orders don't require any democratic vote. They just lay down the rules for the executive branch, of which the president is the boss, and they have the force of law within all the federal agencies which buy and sell enormous amounts of goods and services. So according to the Labor Department, Executive Order 11246 by LBJ covered 20% of the American workforce. So it gave the president personal leverage over 20% at least of the economy. LBJ used it. He enlisted the country's top business executives as the new commissars of a radical interpretation of civil rights policy. They liked diversity from the moment it was invented until last Tuesday. They had better. Whenever a global chief diversity officer like Ken Barrett of GM intoned, "Diversity is our strength," he was doing more than philosophizing. He was keeping billions of dollars of shareholder value safe from the sanctions and penalties laid out in Chapter 60 of the Code of Federal Regulations. So had LBJ's affirmative action scheme been devised for anything but desegregation, might have been considered sinister and totalitarian. Right, since Ronald Reagan's time, conservatives have crowed that they could undo affirmative action with the stroke of a pen. Reagan molded doing so in 1985, but he faced opposition from corporate donors, liberal Republicans led by Kansas Senator Bob Dole, and opted not to. 1996, Tennessee Republican Senator Lamar Alexander tried to kickstart his presidential candidacy with a promise to zero out affirmative action, but Republicans chose Bob Dole instead. Now, Donald Trump has done what Reagan would not. His repeal came via 3 executive orders, 2 issued on Inauguration Day. The first overturned dozens of Joe Biden decrees, including the Advancing Racial Equity Executive Order. Who among us can forget where they were when Joe Biden signed the Advancing Racial Equity Executive Order in the first hours of his presidency in 2021? The second Trump executive order ended all initiatives, offices, contracts, and employees connected to DEI, which Donald Trump referred to as illegal and immoral discrimination programs. And then the decisive blow came the following day. Trump delivered an executive order called Ending Illegal Discrimination and Restoring Merit-Based Opportunity. He repealed a variety of executive orders, including 11246. He explicitly barred the OFCCP from enforcing affirmative action. His Office of Personnel Management followed through on the previous day's business. He ordered all DEI federal employees be sent home, all DEI federal contracts terminated, all efforts to pursue federal DEI programs under another name to be rooted out. Rest in peace, affirmative action. And that is only a part of the story. So a curious element of Trump's third executive order is it invokes the president's solemn duty to enforce longstanding federal civil rights law, mentioning the Civil Rights Act of 1964. This is not a concession. This is a threat to the civil rights DEI industrial complex. While the Civil Rights Act mentioned affirmative action, it attached no specific meaning to the term. The law was resolutely colorblind. Affirmative action programs with their differing treatment of races are in tension with it. DEI programs, which usually scapegoat white people, are even more in tension with it. So it's Trump's assertion that DEI programs violate the text and the spirit of our longstanding federal civil rights laws. Trump is doing more than just reforming the public sector. He is signaling to the private sector that certain kinds of programs are liable to prosecution, even asking each federal agency to name up to 9 large private sector organizations that engage in DEI discrimination, usually against white people. And you cannot doubt the effectiveness of these methods. 2020 and 2021, as the civil rights industrial complex and the Biden administration rallied together, DEI went from the hobby of a handful of quirky CEOs to the unanimous policy of corporate America that funded Black Lives Matter terrorism. Now, today, the rush in the opposite direction is just as precipitous. Among the new foes of DEI, some of its former champions, Mark Zuckerberg's Meta, Walmart, even Target. So this will affect the entire ecology of the Democratic Party. DEI and affirmative action are among the last things everyone in the Democratic Party believes in, and the source of a good deal of its organizing muscle. But the smartest people in the Democratic Party hate DEI. Now, there is no work for affirmative action lawyers, diversity consultants, and inclusion trainers. Whole job categories are being zeroed out. Right now, you might call Trump's action an overreach, an intrusion into Americans' private lives or their freedom of association. If you had not had 10 different presidential administrations intruding this very way over the past 60 years, none more energetically than those of Presidents Biden and Obama. In the Washington Post, labor lawyer Jason Schwartz of the powerful Washington firm Gibson Dunn said of Trump's orders, they are handing out sheriff's badges to private citizens to sue about government-contracted DEI programs. Right? Now we are deputizing civil rights policy in a healthy direction. So Trump is not simply eliminating affirmative action enforcement machinery. He's throwing it into reverse. Companies will be assumed to be violating civil rights laws if they engage in racial balancing. What is racial balancing? How do you define DEI? Right, a whole different group of Americans are about to learn how vague mandates like these can lead to a feeling of being tyrannized and toyed with. Are you tired of being tyrannized and toyed with by HR departments, by DEI, by affirmative action, by a whole government system rigged against you, by a corporate system rigged against you that's screwing you over? Well, welcome to a brave new world. There is DEI, the logical next step of the civil rights movement, as its defenders claim, or is it its own malign thing? Affirmative action has been unpopular since its founding. Opposition to it has been uniformly enormous. Voters uniformly reject it in referendums, even in blue states like California. They hate it because they think it is racist. So Donald Trump is doing so many great things. According to Democrats, the conventional wisdom, conventional elite rule, right? It's only possible to remedy white racism by favoring certain victim races. And so we need doses of remedial racism. We need reverse racism. Now, this is not something the public will tolerate, and it's no longer something that government nor business can support. A climate of dishonesty has ruled this country ever since. Affirmative action is probably the biggest factor in convincing half of Americans never to trust anything any person of authority said. 10 U.S. presidents insulated affirmative action from public accountability. Then it became obvious to the public that changing anything would require dismantling everything. Wow, Christopher Caldwell. What a giant he is. All right, back to the NatCons, the National Conservatism YouTube channel.
On them. But if we go back to the censorship industrial complex and the Missouri v. Biden case, you had these quote-unquote NGOs, third-party organizations, that were working hand in glove, essentially, with the U.S. government to surveil social media for wrongthink, pressure the social media companies to change their content moderation policies in line with what the government agencies wanted. And essentially, they were like an extension of the government in executing censorship activities that the government officials themselves would have been prohibited from doing. I think if we look across the board, you can imagine in immigration this occurs, and you can probably imagine it across a whole raft of areas. So I think we need to start looking at this through the lens of, are these extensions of government effectively that are sometimes doing things that government itself is prohibited from doing? And that is coming into stark relief, I think, as we see the freeze in the funding and then who's freaking out regarding the freezes.
Yeah, I am really impressed by this. I mean, it's clear that Elon figured out pretty quickly, like, if he got a hold of HR and he got a hold of payments, then he was going to basically have control of the federal government. And that's, I mean, at USAID, it sounds like they basically locked all the current people out of the building and are now going to just go through ruthlessly and get rid of all the spending. I mean, they put it under state. I think there's something there's something very impressive about it. The fact that the left is screaming so much about it, it's like a stuck pig squeals. It's what they clearly, like, they know that we're onto something here. And there's a massive amount of entitlement here about the idea that they should be able to continue spending money at the discretion that they want to. No, it turns out we won an election. Anyway, I'll pass this on. Next is Amber and tariffs.
Yes, so we have been covering this for a few weeks now. And last week I talked about Trump getting Colombia to capitulate to accepting deportation flights from the U.S., full of Colombian nationals, by the way, after Trump threatened them with heavy tariffs. And he has now done the same with Canada and Mexico. The tariffs never even went into effect, as many people predicted. Chuck Schumer was crying about Coronas and avocados shortly before they were set to go into effect, because Trump knew, and this was quite obvious to anyone who was looking at this rationally, that Mexico and Canada are far more reliant on the U.S. as a trade partner than.
Okay, I'm kind of curious about this conversation right now in the press conference.
That land is to you and your citizens, just as the space is inherited by the Palestinians as well.
I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. And everybody I've spoken to, this was not a decision made lightly. Everybody I've spoken to loves the idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent.
What the WTF? Did he talk about the United States owning that land? WTF?
Area that nobody would know. Nobody can look because all they see is death and destruction and rubble and demolished buildings falling all over. It's just a.
The U.S. would. You got to be kidding me. You're saying the United States will take over the Gaza Strip? I couldn't imagine this in a million years.
Terrible sight. I've studied it. I've studied this very closely over a lot of months, and I've seen it from every different angle. And it's a very, very dangerous place to be, and it's only going to get worse. And I think this is an idea that's gotten tremendous, and I'm talking about from the highest level of leadership, gotten tremendous praise. And if the United States can help to bring stability and peace in the Middle East, we'll do that. Bibi?
I mentioned again tonight our three goals, and the third goal is to make sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again. President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea, and I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history, and it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Right.
Question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So before rebuilding Gaza again, obviously it'll take all the hostages, and one of them is John Alexander, an American soldier who is alive. How will you be assured that you will take out all the hostages and then rebuild?
We're working very hard to get all the hostages. The word is all, and we're working very hard. So far it's been moving along fairly rapidly, pretty much on schedule. I'd love to have them all out at one time, but we're taking them out, and tomorrow more are being released, and over the days more, and then we'll go into a phase 2. But we'd like to get all of the hostages, and if we don't, it will just make us somewhat more violent. I will tell you that, because they would have broken their word. Mr. Witkoff and his entire group have been working 24 hours around the clock, and they want them out, and promises have been made to them, and we'll see whether or not those promises will be kept. But we want all the hostages, that's right.
How much time do you think it will take?
Mr. President, do you support Israeli sovereignty in Judea and Samaria, areas which many believe is the biblical homeland of the Jewish people?
Well, we're discussing that with many of your representatives. You're represented very well, and people do like the idea, but we haven't taken a position on it yet. But we will be we'll be making an announcement probably on that very specific topic over the next 4 weeks. Go ahead, please. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. You just said that you think all the Palestinians should be relocated to other countries. Does that mean that you do not support a two-state solution?
It doesn't mean anything about a two-state or one state or any other state. It means that we want to have. We want to give people a chance at life. They have never had a chance at life because the Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible. Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people. And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area. And I have to stress, this is not for Israel. This is for everybody in the Middle East, Arabs, Muslims. This is for everybody. This would be where they can partake in terms of jobs and living and all of the other benefits. And I think it's very important. It just doesn't work the other way. You know, you can't keep trying. They just has been going along for so many decades you can't even count. You just can't keep doing. You have to learn from history. You can't keep doing the same mistake over and over again. Gaza is a hellhole right now. It was before the bombing started, frankly. And we're going to give people a chance to live in a beautiful community that's safe and secure. And I think you're going to see a tremendous outflowing of support. I can tell you, I spoke to other leaders of countries in the Middle East, and they love the idea. They say it would really bring stability, and what we need is stability. Yes, sir, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. Are you still committed to imposing sanctions on the ICC despite the move being stalled in the Senate? And please, a question for the Prime Minister as well. The President has been very clear about his desire to achieve a deal with Saudi Arabia. How do you settle this if Israel is required to renew the war against Hamas in the future?
Go ahead, baby.
I think everybody understands that just as the President fought and defeated Al-Qaeda and ISIS, that we can't leave Hamas there because Hamas will continue the battle to destroy Israel. They'll do, you know, when in this temporary ceasefire, one of their leaders comes out, you know what he says? We're going to do October 7th again, except we'll do it bigger. So obviously, you can't talk about peace neither with Hamas or in the Middle East if this, toxic, murderous organization is left standing. Any more than you could make peace in Europe after World War II if the Nazi regime was left standing and the Nazi army was left standing. You want a different future? You got to knock out the people who want to destroy you and destroy peace. That's what we're going to do. I think that will also usher in, actually, the peace with Saudi Arabia and with others. And I think there will be others, too.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
My name is as a high expectation from you. Do you have any plan to change Afghanistan situation? Are you able to recognize Taliban? Because I'm an Afghan journalist, Afghan separate woman. Any comment about Afghanistan? What's your future plan for Afghan people, especially Afghanistan?
I have a little hard time understanding you. Where are you from? Oh. Actually, it's a beautiful voice and a beautiful accent. The only problem is I can't understand a word you're saying. But I just say this. Good luck. Live in peace. Go ahead, please. That's okay. Yeah, please.
Prime Minister, you said earlier today that it was tough for you to implement these sanctions on Iran, but you did indicate that you were willing to negotiate with them. What would that look like, and are you in conversations with them? And the same for the Prime Minister, sir.
I hated doing it. I want Iran to be peaceful and successful. I hated doing it. I did it once before, and we brought them down to a level where they were unable to give any money. They had to survive themselves, and they had no money. They were essentially broke, and they had no money for, as I said, Hezbollah. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for any form of terror. The 28, if you call it, the 28 sites of terror, they had no money for any of it. They had to do their own and focus on their own well-being.
Okay, so I spend $200 a month on newspaper subscriptions. Let me tell you what's on top of every major newspaper in the world right now. Financial Times. Donald Trump says U.S. will take over and develop Gaza Strip. Like luxury hotels in the Gaza Strip and get rid of all the Gazans. This is genius. My God. Oh, Wall Street Journal. Trump calls for Palestinians to leave shattered Gaza permanently. Washington Post. Trump proposes permanent displacement of Gazans. But they're such lovely people. Top of New York Times just now. Trump hosting Israel's leader says Palestinians should leave Gaza.
I really want to see peace, and I hope that we're able to do that. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them. If, on the other hand, they can convince us that they won't, and I hope they can. It's very easy to do. It's actually very easy to do. I think they're going to have an unbelievable future. Yeah, please, sir, go ahead.
You just laid out your plan for Gaza.
Yes.
Can you lay out your plan for Ukraine and also...
For Ukraine?
For Ukraine, yes. You consider yourself...
Okay, I don't care about Ukraine. Let's... Wow, Two-Way is still covering this press conference live, so let's just scroll to the beginning of Two-Way, see what Mark...
Between Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, which we're going to go to live. We have two great guests, Tim Hogan, Ryan Kurdusky. They'll be with us for some or all of the hour. And so we're dealing with a little bit of an unpredictable situation. When we do bring you the press conference, Tim and Ryan and I will do what we call Mystery Political Science Theater. We'll talk about it. We won't talk over the Prime Minister and the President, but when there are gaps in the action, we'll use our best golf voices and we'll tell you what we think about it in real time, coverage you won't get anywhere else. Until then, I'll tell you about the news of the day, and we'll talk to...
Okay, I got to rewind on this press conference. This is just too wild. What's this? Is this still Ukraine?
Right now on the subject, I don't want to...
No, I don't care about Ukraine. I don't spend a lot of time because we're here.
We're talking to the Russians. We're talking to the Ukrainian leadership. It would have never happened. That would have never happened. It should have never. As bad as Gaza and worse, what's happened to them. And dead and demolished, and all of the people that were killed. This is an absolute slaughter that's taking place on the beautiful farmlands of Ukraine, and we have to stop it. We can't let this continue.
What's your view about...
Baby, go ahead.
I think the president just said something that I think is the pivot of everything that we're talking about. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And we fully agree with that. If this goal can be achieved by a maximum pressure campaign, so be it. But I think the most important thing is to focus on the goal, which the president just did, and I fully agree with him.
Well, I said it, and he said it very well. It's a campaign of pressure to see if we can get something done. He doesn't want to do what some people think will automatically happen because they're very difficult people to deal with, as you know. But if we could solve this problem without warfare, without all of the things that you've been witnessing over the last number of years, it would be. I think it would be a tremendous thing. Go ahead, please.
Do you have any plans to visit Israel soon?
To visit where?
Israel and Gaza.
Oh, well, I love Israel. I will visit there, and I'll visit Gaza, and I'll visit Saudi Arabia, and I'll visit other places all over the Middle East. The Middle East is an incredible place, so vibrant, so
vibrant.
It's just one of the really beautiful places.
It's just so vibrant. It's just so vibrant. My God, I couldn't put it any better. Okay, just rewinding a bit to get...
And the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
This is genius. I love it. Just move them on out.
And I think a lot of bad leadership has taken place in the Middle East that's allowed this to happen. It's just terrible. And that includes on the American side, by the way. We should have never gone in there a long time ago, spent trillions of dollars and created so much death. So that includes Americans. But, yeah, I'll be visiting a lot of different places in the Middle East. I've been invited everywhere, but I will be visiting some, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Caitlin, go ahead. Caitlin.
Thank you so much, President Trump.
Caitlin, go ahead.
On what you were saying there.
Say it. Go ahead, please.
Just to follow up on what you were saying about the Gazans leaving Gaza, going to other countries. One, where exactly are you suggesting that they should go? And two, are you saying they should return after it's rebuilt? And if not, who do you envision living there?
I envision a world, people living there, the world's people. I think you'll make that into an international, unbelievable place. I think the potential in the Gaza Strip is unbelievable. And I think the entire world, representatives from all over the world will be there, and they'll live there. Palestinians also. Palestinians will live there. Many people will live there. But they've tried the other, and they've tried it for decades and decades and decades. It's not going to work. It didn't work. It will never work. And you have to learn from history. History has, just can't let it keep repeating itself. We have an opportunity to do something that could be phenomenal. And I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. But more importantly than that is the people that have been absolutely destroyed that live there now can live in peace in a much better situation because they're living in hell. And those people will now be able to live in peace. We'll make sure that it's done world class. It'll be wonderful for the people. Palestinians mostly we're talking about. And I have a feeling that despite them saying no, I have a feeling that the king in Jordan and that the general president, but that the general in Egypt will open their hearts and will give us the kind of land that we need to get this done, and people can live in harmony and in peace. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
President Trump wrapping up a joint press conference.
My mind boggles. I wonder if Halpern's saying anything. Halpern, are you still alive, bro? Oh no, Halpern's done. So, okay, let's see if what's going on.
These discussions, we got the Abraham Accords. So I think this is a great way to get the conversation going.
And people have to remember that the Palestinian control of the Gaza Strip is a recent phenomenon. People who aren't steeped in the history of the Middle East, as tumultuous as it is, and may think that, well, how can you do this? This is a homeland going back. Well, no, this was recently administered as under the authority of the Palestinian Authority, but that stemmed ultimately from the Oslo Accords, Victoria, and we can see that unfortunately it has been an abysmal failure. And Trump doesn't like to see parts of the world failing that America has sent billions and billions of dollars to, either directly or indirectly. And this is really ground zero for utter failure and destruction.
No, that has been, failure is the word. For the last 50 years, Laura, we've been trying to make the Palestinians into something that they're not, which is a nation state. And until they build institutions, until they build institutional memory, this simply isn't going to work. So reporters insisting that the president embrace a two-state solution, this has failed for half a century. And so I think what he is saying is we will not go down this path again. And the same people who told us that we couldn't get to peace deals between Israel and Muslim neighbors until we got to a Palestinian deal 10 years ago, they were wrong. These people are wrong, too. And it has always been my hope there may be some Palestinians who say, hey, this is a good deal. The president is a businessman. He's a real estate guy. He knows a great piece of land when he sees it. Maybe we can build something here, and maybe we can get some of those institutions. But they don't have them now, and pretending that they do will just lead us to another round of failure.
But you can hear the chorus of criticism. It began earlier today, and it's continued all day long, that this is just Trump's world to remake and shape as he sees fit. Let's listen.
President Trump was essentially parroting talking points straight out of a right-wing Israeli playbook.
An alarming escalation in the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. And that's precisely what the U.S. president is doing. And all of this rhetoric.
This is the president who says outrageous things because he thinks it always will result in a deal. I'm not sure that works as well in the Middle East.
Well, that's not at all what he said. In fact, what he just said was this would be primarily, when rebuilt, the place where Palestinians would love to live, because it would be finally safe and not a launching pad for more terror attacks.
And interestingly, those were some of the same characters who, in 2017, when the president made the announcement about the move of the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, were insisting that the sky was going to fall and the streets were going to run with blood, and Israel didn't want this to happen and would be attacked. And again, these are talking points from the far Israeli right. Well, that didn't turn out to be the case. Ambassador Friedman and President Trump and Jared Kushner moved that embassy at warp speed, and there was peace in Jerusalem that day. Now, CNN, which you showed riots in Gaza miles and miles away, but Jerusalem was at peace that day. It was a great day for Jerusalem. It was a day of truth, and I think that's what today was at the White House. And as you say, what President Trump is offering the Palestinians is what he has always offered them: peace through prosperity. He wants them to have a better future. It's theirs to take.
All right, Victoria, thanks so much. Let's move on. Joining me now, Dan Hoffman, former CIA station chief. He served in Moscow.
I can't get my head around the U.S. in Gaza. Chuck Ross tweets, I went out to grab pizza, and now we get behind the Gaza Strip? Holy hell.
Moscow, Iraq, Pakistan. He's also a Fox News contributor. Dan, I also hear the criticism, perhaps, from some on the right who would say, wait a second. You all criticize George W. Bush for nation building. Well, what is this? What will this be? How is this not de facto nation building? And to that you would say? I guess Dan can't hear us at the moment. We'll grab him back in a moment. But let's go to Charlie.
That was pretty good.
And it's a great question, especially when you consider Donald Trump's personal record on the issue of nation building.
Okay, you got to give me the smartest perspectives online right now. I can't even get my head around the United States owning Gaza. So, throw the links into the chat for me. What are the smart people saying about the United States owning Gaza? I can't even comprehend it.
Going back decades, as you have pointed out many times, he has been against that and it turned out to be right about Iraq. And he reminded people just a few minutes ago about how he was right about the foolishness of going into Iraq. Whether or not this happens, though, or not, it's another reminder of you've got Donald Trump is a shock.
Okay, I'm just putting Trump Gaza into X. Neorberg. I'm starting to understand why Bibi Netanyahu accepted the ceasefire deal in January. Donald Trump just said America will take over Gaza, remove all Arabs permanently from the Strip. What a historical moment this is. Nicholas Fuentes. Trump promised the U.S. will take over Gaza, expel all the Palestinians, clean up the area, and then rebuild it for people in the area. Jewish settlers. Trump is 100% correct in wanting to move the Gazans out of Gaza. He's ignorant to think that they can simply rebuild and live peacefully in their new homes. Only strong Arab leaders can keep them under control so they don't resort to terrorism. Okay, Hillel Post. Gaza is a concentration camp. It's an open-air prison. Life here is terrible. Trump, awesome. We'll get you out of here. Gazans, bwah! You may be wondering why Gaza would need $50 million worth of condoms, because they use condoms as weapons to fly explosives into Israel. Michael Tracy, another item Trump apparently forgot to mention during the 2024 presidential campaign. One of those clips where you have to make sure you're not hallucinating. Donald Trump says Palestinians ought not be allowed to return to Gaza because why would they want to return? The place has been hell. Next to the grinning man who made it hell, Bibi Netanyahu. Oh, my sides, my mind, my head. Moving at the speed of Trump, bro. I'm just trying to keep up here. Okay, let's just put Trump Gaza into X, and they got plans already for. I can't imagine liberal heads. They're exploding right now after this press conference. Trump has done it again. Cue the meltdown over Gaza. We'll do a good job to take over the Gaza Strip. Are we just hallucinating? Gaza's... Yes. This is the Antichrist. Palestinians have no alternative but to leave Gaza. I'm hoping this is AI generated. Trump wants to remove all the people of Gaza. Sounds like it's a good, caring thing. Okay, so Trump's Gaza Strip, according to Grok, right? This is what Donald Trump's Gaza Strip is going to look like. It's going to be amazing. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't really care what Charlie has to say there, but come on, there's got to be some really smart people online giving commentary. I need to find the smartest takes. Trump to Gaza right now. Goodbye. Okay, this is pretty good. Okay, here we go. This is Trump to Gaza right now. Never seen this side of 40. Trump to the moon. How's it going to work out? I don't know. Get me some smart comments, man.
Of his administration.
Yeah, this is dodgeball for the bureaucracy. They kind of like, which one are we going to take now? Charlie, great to see you.
Yeah, they don't know where to go.
Yeah, thanks, man, for coming on with us. All right, joining me now, Fox News senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy. Peter, we were starting the show with an angle about DOGE and what they're up against and what they're doing. We then went to this story.
Okay, Human Events editor-owner Will Chamberlain has an interesting comment. You guys aren't thinking big enough about what Trump is saying about Gaza. The Gaza Strip will be ours. It will be American property. It will be American sovereignty. It will be an overseas territory. It will not be someone else's territory where we are guests. It will be our property where we can enforce our immigration laws. It will reshape the Middle East. We won't depend on Qatar to host our military base in the region. Right? We will have our own sovereign territory the size of Las Vegas, perfectly located. What could possibly go wrong? Could someone poll Dearborn voters? U.S. takes over Gaza after expelling all the Palestinians so Trump can build some resorts. Jerusalem Post op-ed. Right. No threats, no coercion. The only acceptable way to relocate Gazans to Egypt, Jordan. Right, Raphael Cohen. What is needed is a careful plan carried out in stages enjoying the consent and approval of the relevant companies in the Arab world at large. Donald Trump suggests relocating Gazans out of Gaza to Egypt and Jordan. Well, surely they'd want to take the attractive women. Right? What country would not want more attractive women? Right? This Israeli guy says, as long as this scheme is based on communication and consent of all relevant parties, I don't really care about that.
Batted around for a lot.
Hey.
Get Netanyahu potentially out of some political trouble at home as well, Peter. I know you've reported on that.
It depends on how badly the Israeli people, some of whom are really steamed at Netanyahu for the way that things have been going over the last couple months, want to have a United States territory, occupied territory right now.
Notice there's almost nothing in the news about the January 6 pardons. And now there's going to be nothing in the news. Like Elon Musk can go into every federal government and he can butt fuck it without lube. Elon Musk is kind of like this. It's like, oink, 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 oink for me, bitch, oink. And it's not even going to be on the front page of the New York Times. Elon Musk is going to be after rape and rampage through the entire federal government, and it's not going to get any news coverage because all people are going to want to talk about is the United States taking over Gaza.
Next door. Common sense would probably say they would rather have American troops there than Hamas guys who are launching stuff over the fence every day. But when you look at the history of Donald Trump, since long before he got officially into politics, he was one of the most vocal critics kind of in the middle against the way that Bush was handling the Iraq war. He didn't think that we should be in these quagmires. And until a half an hour ago, he was describing Gaza as a place that has always had these problems. It is very surprising to hear that he thinks a United States takeover would help. But again, we don't know. If I would have been recognized, I would have asked, "How bad do you want it?" When let's.
Okay, so we're going to have Barron Beach here. Maybe have Barron Trump rule over it. All right, move quickly with Gaza as a first world secular city-state beach party town where all residents or property owners must publicly support Jewish Israel bikinis, call it soccer. This one is free, Barron Beach. Holy moly.
Let's get Secretary Hegseth up here. How many troops is it going to take to go and do something that the...
How many people have had a heart attack over the past hour since this hit the news? Like, how many people have been hospitalized? How many people have died? I need to know.
Israelis have been trying to do for over a year.
Yeah, we're out of money, and I guess the thought would be we'd make money there. But the criticism, Peter, which I know we're going to hear, is does this mean you're a flip-flopper on nation building? That's the criticism, and I'm sure they're going to get ready for that and have an answer for it. But that's going to require some hair splitting.
But maybe expansion is the theme of Trump 47, Panama
Israel,
Canal,
every
Canada,
other country
Greenland,
in the world,
Gaza.
Even U.S. interests. It doesn't really make sense for U.S. interests to be able to do that because it puts them on a collision course with the rest of the world politically and security-wise. So in terms of the U.S. being more isolationist, fine, but it seems that they're kind of hurting their standing in the world, in the U.S. So I don't see this as even helping U.S. interests. The only one who's benefiting from this is the right-wing Israelis and the far-right Israelis from this plan, and throwing Palestinians under the bus, burning the whole region. And it's going to cause blowback. I think it's going to cause a huge blowback. And I don't think it's going to be as smooth sailing as he dreams,
So that's the point that I want to go to next, is how will this actually be applied? I want to go to Hazem. Hazem, in terms of that perspective, that speech that you heard today, what's the next step? How will it be put in place? And what's the advantage of having that deal for the U.S.?
James, how are you? So I do not want everybody to get their panties in a bunch at this point. This is something we've seen Trump do numerous times during the past week, very successfully. This is what you would call maximum pressure. This is an ultimatum that, hey, if the Gazans do not want to reform and eject terrorism from the land, they do not deserve to be there. And I think what really punctuated this message or this understanding or thinking was the images of the way Hamas is releasing their hostages. This is, at this point, this is an ultimatum for the people of Gaza, for Hamas itself, to potentially get to a point where Hamas is dissolved and the people of Gaza elect a better leadership that does not believe in killing, maiming, and raping others. This is salvageable. I mean, if you know, for a Palestinian listening right now, this is not the end game. This is not a done deal. There is still an opportunity and bandwidth for them to make better decisions. Unfortunately, we have not seen these better decisions made thus far for years. And, you know, we're talking about rebuilding Gaza. We're talking about the future of Gaza. If anybody has better ideas, everybody's listening at this point. But we're reaching that point of like very slim picking on the ideas of how can we turn this place that has been hellish.
Ending the occupation?
Well, let me finish. You'll get your turn, I'm sure.
Idea that like 90
okay, so yeah, everybody, wait your turn. Not interrupt anybody. Please do not interrupt me. The one concern that we all have at this point, I'm sure, is how these statements will affect the hostage release deal. There's a big concern that this will complicate the deal and potentially delay hostage release. We hope that won't happen. But again, you know, Gaza has been hellish for its people. It's been a security problem not only for Israel, but other countries in the region, especially Egypt. And I think right now it's time for choosing. Do the people of Gaza want to continue the circle of violence? You know, every 2 years there's mass demolition of Gaza and rebuilding to no change. Or are they going to pick a new road that will potentially lead to prosperity and a better future for the people of the whole region? I hope they pick the second option. Thank you, James.
So I have a question for Hazem, actually. Hazem, if Hamas says, okay, we're going to give up power tomorrow and we're handing it over to the Palestinian Authority and they're going to come and rule Gaza, and that's it, we're not going to be in power anymore. What do you think about that?
Well, the Palestinian Authority specifically is a problem because they have been rejected not only by the international community today, but by their own Palestinian people. There are continuous claims of corruption, abuses by the Palestinian Authority. So the idea...
And the idealistic terms that U.S. support for Israel has been justified under both Republican and Democratic administrations for decades. But now Trump is making...
So I'm curious what Al Jazeera English, this is Al Jazeera in English live.
Of how this is going to be received, certainly across the U.S., where the media... what it is very pro-Israeli, doesn't report what's going on in Gaza in full. Just give us a picture of how the view of Gaza is seen from the US right now, because then we can understand how we move forward in terms of this conversation.
Well, I think the fact that Trump is going as far as he has gone and envisioning the future for Gaza, you know, essentially, well, not explicitly saying no Palestinian state, certainly implying that, and you know, supporting Netanyahu and his maximalist desires. I really think that it is going to enable the media and many leading Democrats who have traditionally taken a pro-Israel line to say, hey, wait a minute, this is really going too far. This is really too extreme. And I think it might provide an opening in many ways for more critical voices, not necessarily anti-Zionist, but certainly one that says, why are we giving a blank check to this war criminal? Why are we saying that we have to defend Ukraine?
So in the strip clubs in the new Gaza, I would expect that the dancers will have to wear pasties, right? Now, they'll have to cover their nipples, I would assume, and the vagina. But how big will the pasties be in the strip clubs in the new Gaza? I'm asking for a friend.
And in conjunction with Trump, something that is so overtly racist, so overtly expansionist, and willing to run roughshod over the most basic principles of international law, including ethnic cleansing.
President Trump talked about having many friends in the Middle East and that he knew
all cultures are equal, guys, even the rapey ones.
Normalization between Israel and itself. And he said that, people like Steve Witkoff, who's this US Special Envoy to the Middle East, will be part of that team pushing that agenda. Yet we are hearing, in terms of the Arab League contact group, which includes Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Egypt, Jordan, that they've categorically said no to the displacement of Palestinians. How do you think the arm twisting is going to continue if it does, or what sort of threats might be made to these Arab countries if they don't fall in line?
Well, Palestinians have certainly know too well about being abandoned in various degrees by various Arab regimes, but again, the Israeli-American ambitions right now vis-a-vis the Palestinians are so extreme that it would be politically impossible.
Well, I mean, you're going to have greater Israel, right? Israel is going to be so strong and secure. This is absolutely incredible. Let's get some Fox coverage.
So bad. This could be so magnificent, but more importantly,
perhaps one of the most consequential presidential news conferences in decades. Trump is once again, without a doubt, upset the apple cart, set in motion a new era of what he hopes is reconciliation by calling out the old thinking on Gaza and Israel and putting everyone in the Middle East on notice. Joining us now, Matthias Döpfner, who's the CEO of Axel Springer, author of Dealings with Dictators, who's done a lot on the Israeli issue. It's great to see you, Matthias. First, your reaction to...
How about Mar Gaza?
And take over Gaza for rebuilding.
Thanks, Laura, for having me on. So what exactly a takeover means, I don't know. But one thing is for sure, if you start a war in terror, you should be not rewarded for that. And so it is also not unusual in history that if you start a war and you lose it, that you lose territory. I think it is, in any case, a possibility to stabilize the situation. I'm very much in favor of the concept to free Palestine.
Free Palestine. Send the Palestinians outside of the Middle East. Free Palestine. Bravo, Donald Trump. Great photo here. Make Gaza like Monaco. Hamas and the Palestinian Authority have no place in a post-war Gaza. There's a grinning Bibi Netanyahu, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk.
Matthias, on the part of the American public about the Middle East, and it's understandable. And as we are allied with Israel strongly, there's still a deep weariness about the money we've spent and about the bloodshed that continues.
Well, I very much understand that, and I have to tell you, Laura, that for us, for Axel Springer as a company, this is a very particular topic. I mean, this company was founded on the ashes of the Holocaust. We have core values in our company. One of them is the support of the State of Israel and the Jewish people and the fight of all forms of anti-Semitism. And to see how this horrible attack on October 7th led to a global rise of anti-Semitism, that is totally inconceivable. And it is really turning upside down perpetrator and victims. And perhaps in that spirit, it is not about one specific conflict. It's about a very, very fundamental principle. It's about the defense of a free society model. And that's very much also in our own interest as Americans and as Europeans.
Clinton,
and Germany,
who clearly you can find on the Epstein list, which is a Mossad bribe operation in order to make sure the Oslo Accord never happens. And if you want to read Whitney Webb's
Is he cutting out for you, James?
Blackmail,
Simon,
then you can find that.
Yeah,
Simon,
you're cutting
out.
Simon, you're cutting out.
Oh, right, okay.
And let's try to focus on the speech itself. What's going to happen?
But I'm just saying, if you believe the horse and pony show that America's trying to create peace here, America is Israel first. America will want to take over the land for the Palestinians never to return. And this is completely, you can see with the smug grin on Netanyahu's face while he was sat next to Trump, while Trump delivered upon everything he's been bribed to deliver upon for Israel in that speech after taking Edelstein's money and the AIPAC money and all the political contributions in order to deliver an Israel first policy. Now, while America's bribing Egypt in order to maintain that border alongside Israel and also installed all of these dictators and leaders and made sure that and prop up the Palestinian Authority as well, everything is being exposed at the moment. This is a mask-off moment, and America does not pretend to have the moral high ground and become the beacons of peace. The Egyptian people are absolutely disgusted by what Trump would be asking Sisi and that dictator to do. The Jordanian people as well. And if this actually gets executed the way that Trump is describing, then it is against 100%, well, let's say 99.9% of the international community. And every death, and remember, there was 2.3 million Palestinians before this speech. He now said 1.7 million. So 600,000 Palestinians, according to Trump's numbers, have disappeared because of this. And America...
Look, the Gaza Strip is in bad shape. It's been poorly maintained. Trump's going to fix it up, and then he's going to flip it. Maybe it's a good idea.
You don't believe that the rebuilding of Gaza will bring a lot of economical stride to the U.S. because the Saudis wanted it, the UAE wanted it, the Egyptian wanted it, the Jordanian wanted it, the Qatari wanted it. So a lot of people want.
You mean the leaders? You mean the leaders?
Yes.
The dictators, the ones that want to do a deal. The Saudis,
the ones that make a decision,
$100 million deal with America.
The decision maker at the end of the day,
the decision makers in America.
They wanted it for the Palestinians, not for the Israelis, right? They wanted to.
You think America's looking to? So America has been veto voting every opportunity for self-determination and peace, and suddenly, now all of a sudden, they want to.
You're going to be shocked, so be prepared to be shocked. Jean-Francois Garapi is not on board with this. He calls it a Middle Eastern war with the explicit goal of ethnic cleansing, sold to the public as a real estate opportunity, the art of the deal. Keith Woods does not seem happy about this. He asks, is Trump committing to having U.S. troops occupy the Gaza Strip because Hamas is still around? Trump apparently forgot to mention during his campaign that he was in favor of putting boots on the ground in another Middle East conflict. No, he doesn't want American troops over there until all the Palestinians are gone.
And try and make Americans feel like they're the good people when really this was an outpost in order to destabilize the region for decades after decades in order to prop up the dollar. And that's what this is again now.
So I'm gonna go to Jared next, Jared, in terms of the U.S. perspective.
Fox News alert: Donald Trump just wrapping up a joint news conference with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, floating the idea of the United States owning and operating the Gaza Strip. We'll have more on that later in the show. They're using the old good cop, bad cop routine in Washington. Trump's the good cop, Elon's the bad cop, and Trump's fine with it. The Times says he's moving at a speed and scale that's shocking civil servants, as Elon and his team are working with a frantic around-the-clock energy. Beds are being moved into the Eisenhower building so Musk's men can sleep at the office. Elon's nerd army, a bunch of 18 to 25-year-olds who rejected seven-figure salaries in Silicon Valley to trim fat in D.C.
Has had to endure. The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that Trump's proposal is worth taking seriously. He said Trump sees a different future for Gaza and is thinking outside the box.
I mentioned again tonight our three goals, and the third goal is to make sure that Gaza never poses a threat to Israel again. President Trump is taking it to a much higher level. He sees a different future for that piece of land that has been the focus of so much terrorism, so many attacks against us, so many trials and so many tribulations. He has a different idea. And I think it's worth paying attention to this. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with his people, with his staff. I think it's something that could change history. And it's worthwhile really pursuing this avenue.
Let's cross over to our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett in Washington, D.C., who was also following that press conference between the Prime Minister and the American President. Kimberly, if they were thinking outside the box, what they said is going to, you might say, ring alarm bells across global capitals who don't agree with what certainly the President has in store for Gaza.
Yeah, and there's a big reason why. Because the forced displacement of a population by an occupying power is in violation of the Geneva Conventions. In other words, it's illegal under international law. That's why it's going to raise alarm bells to not just the ordinary population, the Palestinians, who rightfully say this is their land and would like to return to their homes, but also because
rightfully, she's going to tell us what's right. Oh, man, I really appreciate that. I really enjoy when the news media tell us what is morally right. Look, no people own land, right? The only people who get to have land are those who are strong enough to seize it and keep it. This is John Podhoretz. Do you want an underlying ground lease in Khan Yunis? Now's the time to get in. Right. What else has worked? So over the past 75 years, the Palestinians have been given over $1 trillion to use to build something. In return, the only thing expected from them was not to murder people, the Palestinians can even manage to meet that expectation. Actions have consequences. Nakbai. That's Shoshana. Oh, maybe this Mario Nawfal space is better than Al Jazeera.
The Jill Stein and the Cornel West voters, right? People who said, we're voting on inflation and just because Donald Trump's not dementia or whatever. Well, you just got this comment and it looks like the U.S. stance right now is that Gaza is for sale, and we'll see how that happens.
Yeah, that I would agree. Netanyahu also described Trump as, quote, the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. He said, we have to finish the job in Gaza and Israel will end the war by winning the war. And James, I don't know whose hand was up first. I'll just...
Okay, so dozens and dozens of people at the Department of Education have been placed on leave.
Discussions between Firas and with Hazem, but I want to get your actual opinion about this. With what Trump is suggesting, it seems that they're going to take over the control, the military. He even talked about military. He talked about rebuilding. He talked about restructuring. How far can this go, and where are we going with that?
I think it can go very far. I think that when he said that they're going to create jobs for the region, they didn't just talk about Israel. I think that's probably also how they're going to get Egypt to come on board. I think it has everything to do with America interest and taking a foothold, a strong foothold, nothing that's too unstable.
Maybe call it the MAGA strip.
Points, and for very little cost, right? They can cut budgets for surrounding like American Navy bases, take personnel from there, take budgets from there. He's going to make it work budget-wise. It's not going to require more forces. I never saw this coming, but this allies with everything else, the promises of the West Bank. What I had a disagreement with Firas about is that I think that geopolitics, when we talk about that, I think that this is, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think there's a chance that you're wrong. And I think that because of that chance, we can talk about geopolitics all we want, but at the end of the day, it's not just about Gaza, it's also the West Bank and East Jerusalem and Palestinians in the diaspora and Palestinians 48. This doesn't end and start here. So even if Trump wants to give the illusion that he will fix the Middle East, it's bullshit, right? So the Palestinian cause is not a geopolitical strategy cause, it's a moral one. And this is what we need to keep in mind. Fuck geopolitics. There's morality here. There's how do we behave as a human society? It's much easier to shove this, sweep this under the rug and pretend that we can but it's not, it's immoral to do so. So I think he's serious, and I think he has and I can see it being spun. I can be it spun in a way that it doesn't, I'm sorry for us, I don't see a lack of, I think it's in the Arabs world, the majority of them at least, it's in their interest to go.
Okay, Jake Novak says, I have news for you. The U.S. already owns Gaza. No country has sunk more capital into it. If this were a bankruptcy proceeding, America would be awarded what's left of Gaza's assets, sales to rebuild as we fit. There are hundreds of protesters descending on the White House.
Palestinian protesters descending upon the White House in Washington, D.C. James, I'll send it over to you to get to more hands. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
video. Statement, by the way.
Protesters, White House.
They got a statement out already?
Yeah, they got out basically rejecting the notion that Palestinians.
I need video.
Be
Come on, guys! What the hell? I'm trying to run a professional show here. Damn, my computer's bloody Chrome.
Expelled from Gaza, and essentially saying that we have not changed our position.
And the repercussions on what it would look like for people in Gaza should be discussed.
Okay, so just I would like to go to the statement from Saudi Arabia. If you can send it to us, Firas, so that we can post it and then go through it. In the meantime, I'm gonna go to Adam, who hasn't got the chance to speak yet, and then I'll go to Mr. B. So Adam, what's your opinion about what's happening right now and what this will entail for the next steps?
Thanks, James. So people seem to be speaking like there's a choice here for the Palestinian people, but it seems that the choice is being robbed from them. It seems like this is the culmination of a plan that's they've been trying to bring to fruition for a long time. Even before October 7, they've been wanting this for a long time, because we have Netanyahu talking about striking the Palestinian people hard to
Okay, J5 Killer has weighed in. He says, one thing about Trump is that he was supported almost miraculously by both Arabs and hardline Jews. If anyone has the credibility to be an honest broker in the Middle East, it is Donald J. Trump.
1 year to 2 years in advance, they built a miniature city to practice, and they knew about it, and they let it.
Oh man, those pussies in Saudi Arabia are rejecting this.
There's the fact that the most high-tech border in the world lost all of its footage. So I think it's anyone with an open mind can tell that they let it happen. And now it's quite clear what it was all for, and it's really quite horrifying to come to terms with it, because it seems, when you look at maps of how they've bombed Gaza, they've hit everywhere. They've hit literally all of it, and 80 to 90% of all buildings have been destroyed. Why have they destroyed 80 to 90% of all buildings? It's not because they are all above a tunnel. They were all weapons depots. No, they were flattening a building site. They were creating a building site. That's what they were doing this whole time. And now they're referring to it as a demolition site, as a building site, and they're going to redevelop it. That's why Trump is coming out now and saying that, we're going to build, we're going to redevelop it, we're going to make it a nice place. And we've seen seen Israelis release, advertisements for beachside resorts. Yes,
This is a fringe part that went through those. But I wanna what I wanna talk about specifically is related to yes, there was destruction. There was always the question of who's gonna rebuild, who's rebuilding, who's pushing for the rebuildment of that area.
Well, they're
the
ethnically
Saudis
cleansing it, so they're removing they want to remove the Palestinians and rebuild it themselves. America, it looks like America is going to rebuild because they're going to own the land.
Yes,
that's what Trump
I
has
get
said.
it. Adam, I get that. What I'm trying to say is that everyone wanted that piece of a cake because they knew that after a war or after a conflict, they're going to rebuild it. It happened in Iraq, it happened in Lebanon, it happens in Syria. Everyone looks forward in terms of conflict like this to who's going to rebuild the future. That's the U.S. goal, I think, on the short term.
But who are they rebuilding it for?
Area.
They're not rebuilding it for the Palestinian
people. That's the big question.
James, can I interrupt you real quick? Sorry, guys. James, you've mentioned this.
For a year and a half, there's been gaslighting on these spaces, pretending that they're doing precision targets just at Hamas. And now, right at the very end, after everyone saying and knowing and trying to reveal, and everyone covering up like they're only hitting certain targets, I remember right at the beginning on these spaces, there was a whole debate that the most moral army in the world would never bomb or target a hospital, and then take out every single hospital now, the entire thing. And then right at the very end, it's a demolition site, when it works in US's favor, in Israel's favor. This is the darkest moment, and this is such a dark moment in history. And America to come in and say, we're going to be the heroes, we want to save the Palestinians after this cover-up job, and everyone and so many people on these spaces saying that none of this was happened, and now it's a complete demolition site. And suddenly there's all these Hamas, there's these Hamas people there anyway.
Simon, it's always like this in any conflict. At the end of the conflict, they will flatten the buildings and then go back to rebuilding. It's normal because of the destruction, the sheer destruction in northern Gaza. We all knew, we all talked about it, and how much there was.
Yeah, but we've been told all along by people on this stage. That they're just doing precision targets. There's no.
Doesn't mean
they've been found to be using dumb bombs, untargeted bombs, dumb bombs.
I mean, Simon, you're connecting two things that are not related to each other here. But James, I want to make a quick comment on something you mentioned multiple times, and I slightly disagree with it. Gaza was rebuilt in part multiple times. Nobody ever made money on that. It's always been aid. It's always been money spent by Gulf governments, by the international community, and by the United States quite a few times.
Which contractors? Who those things are free?
No, contractors are not free. But hold on, the Saudis are not going to send contractors from Saudi Arabia to rebuild Gaza while Hamas is there. Are you kidding? No, that's not going to work that way.
Hamas is a label. You know what you're talking about.
No, guys.
Hamas is just a label.
Sorry, we reached a place where I have. If we're gonna go one by one, certain discussion between two people, it's okay. But going through the discussion, it's better. Artorias, I wanna say hi to you. Welcome on stage. I wanna just have a small statement by Hamas, and then I'll give you the hand to give your opinion about what's been happening. So Hamas officials have released a statement in response to President Trump's reiteration of his desire to relocate the Gazan population to another country. That was put in Al Jazeera. We considered it a receipt for creating chaos and tension in the region. Our people in the Gaza Strip will not allow these plans to pass. What is required.
Okay. David, what do you think about the United States taking ownership of the Gaza Strip and removing the Gazans and pushing them out somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say close to 0% chance. The fact that Trump said it is not surprising. Whether there'll actually be an attempt to do it, and I would say essentially that's probably what Hamas prepared for. Like in terms of the tunnel network and the long-term strategy, was probably in preparation for a full-scale war against Gaza with the full strength of the U.S. Army. So I think Trump is just doing the service of saying what they wanted him to say. Maybe he'll sign an executive order or two. He might, disband the UNRWA or, the UN or these various things. I'd say close to 0% chance. I don't think it's even feasible. Even if Trump was willing to bring the U.S. Army and everything into that the U.S. could bear, I don't really think that there's much the U.S. could do that Israel couldn't do. And so I think it was just lip service.
Lip service to who?
To his Jewish donor supporters base. I mean, he's probably also senile. So he probably has been fed a certain narrative of the mainstream kind of like Zionist that Israel won the war, has brought Iran and the Axis to their knees, kind of like the narrative on Ukraine, where my research shows me the opposite. I tend to agree mostly with John Mearsheimer, but I tend to think that largely, at least strategically, Israel lost the war. Russia has the superior hand, and Israel is going to be in an exceptional amount of trouble moving forward. But Trump probably is listening to a different type of advisor that is telling him the opposite. And, so basically they're declaring victory. And, I don't know if you put it like straight senile, comparable to Biden, but he's basically just giving senile ramblings of what they would do if they had won the war, not realizing that really they lost the war.
So, who do you think might support? Who do you think might support a plan like this?
Well, only Israel supports this plan. I mean, there might be people like you or right-wing Jews in America. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in the world that really supports this plan. I mean, it's basically ethnic cleansing, genocide. I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of the world would turn a blind eye and not really care. And even if Israel straight up, not just like ethnic cleansing, I mean, because first you have to look like practically, let's say the U.S. and Israeli armies joint team up with the goal of ethnically cleansing Gaza with the full support. Even if you put in like England and multiple European armies, that it wasn't even a question, everybody was going to join force. Could they successfully expel the Palestinians from Gaza? And that, that would be a serious question. But like, I don't think that's the case. I don't think really anyone wants to get involved, and even Israel doesn't want to do the work necessary to do that. So it's more just a question of turning the blind eye, and so who's going to stop Israel? If Israel actually started to do it, one thing they should have done a long time ago. And so you say, okay, they waited 16 months because Biden was in office, and now that they have Trump, they're going to carry out their original plan. And the basic, they're going to have to wage war with Egypt. I put it basically statistically 0 chance that Egypt is voluntarily going to do it. So Israel would have to, or U.S., Israel, whatever coalition would have to wage war against Egypt, take over at least part of the Sinai Peninsula. Probably Egypt wouldn't fight back that much. So like if Israel, just like when they took over the Rafah crossing, Egypt didn't really militarily fight them, even though it was an attack on their sovereignty. So even if Israel took over 25, 50%, or even all of the Sinai Peninsula, up to, if they tried to take over the Suez Canal, then there would probably be some sort of military pushback. But even if they took half of the Sinai Peninsula, there would probably be almost no military pushback. But I can't see Israel doing it, especially that really the Gazans already went north. So I just think really this is the only power that Israel has left, is to get Trump to make this speech, to kind of declare victory, create this false narrative, as opposed to telling the Israeli people, the Jewish people, the reality of the situation, that they waged war for 16 months. They didn't defeat Hamas. Hamas is going to retake control. There is no military solution to getting rid of Hamas in Gaza, and some form of rational move forward. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you seem like you kind of believe the narrative, and you think maybe it is possible. You're excited that Gaza might be cleaned out.
Well, I can't even imagine. I can't even get my head around it. So, I mean, it's exciting in that it's something that I've never even thought of. That the United States would take ownership of the Gaza Strip is just the president of the United States would announce that is just blows my mind. I don't even know what to think.
Well, I mean, maybe you just think logistically, because like I went over the military analysis when the war first started 16 months ago, and say what is the United States going to send like 200,000-300,000 troops to Gaza?
No, they would only move in there after the Gazans had left, and if the Gazans won't leave, then somebody would just drop, enormous bombs on the place. They'll say, "Look, you've got a week, and then we're just going to bomb this place into smithereens."
Well, basically, like genocide, in the sense that they will kill up to 2 million people, and basically saying like, "Be out by this time, or we will kill every single one of you."
Yeah, even but it's not going to be millions.
Even if it's a full 2 million people.
No, they'll never do that. If they get close to 2 million people out voluntarily, then only hardcore Hamas remain. Then nobody would care if they bombed 100,000 Hamas fighters to smithereens.
Yeah, I've been saying, but yet, I mean, so really Trump is saying the exact opposite of what he's doing. So, like, he probably just let whoever his advisor, whoever the most pro-Israel people are, he probably just let them write the speech for him and read whatever they said. But the reality is, he did the exact opposite. It's because of Trump that's impossible, because now hundreds of thousands of Gazans have already went back to the north. So, I mean, why would Trump force the Israelis to let hundreds of thousands of Gazans return to the north if he was just going to expel them? I mean, so it makes no logic. He's saying the exact opposite of what he just did.
I have no idea. I can't figure this out.
Well, I mean, it seems somewhat straightforward to me. Like, there's the rational aspect to look like Israel, you failed. You didn't feed Hamas, and the war's going nowhere. You're just kind of ruining your reputation. Basically killing mostly innocent people, starvation, all these various things. It's not good for you. Even you're never going to win. Hamas is going to retake over Gaza no matter what you do. So just take the hostage deal, and we'll try to make the best of it. And so that was kind of like the rational. Like Trump was like, even if he gave them carte blanche to do whatever you want, even if Trump was just like, I'll let you do whatever you want, Israel still had really no solution that didn't entail that Hamas would be in full control of the Gaza Strip after whatever they did. So therefore, in order to get the deal, Witkoff or the Trump administration basically forced Israel to accept the Biden peace deal that ensured that Hamas will recontrol the Gaza Strip. And so this press conference is completely opposite that. Like, they should not have done the hostage deal. And I mean, I could see like the kind of faulty logic among the Zionist Israelis. They're kind of, well, let's just lie to the Gazans. Let's just lie. Do the hostage prisoner exchange. We'll get our people back. We'll give all these Palestinian prisoners. We'll send them back to Gaza, and then we'll commit genocide. As opposed to saying, well, if they're going to commit genocide, they probably should have done it already, or they probably shouldn't have let them come back north before they did it. So just it makes no logic except from a political calculation. Like I said, that Trump basically just let his most right-wing pro-Israel people write the speech for him and said whatever they wanted to say, even though it directly contradicted what he did 2 weeks ago with the hostage deal. And that was probably out of practicality, which is like, you got to end this war because you're just lying to the Israeli people. You're not actually going to win, and by continuing to drag this on, you're only hurting yourself.
Okay, David, I don't know what to say. I'm going to move on. I can't even form a coherent thought at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of my point, and to say that it's completely nonsensical. The only way that I could make sense of it is, basically like Trump read what they told him to write, even though it contradicts his action. There might be some. I just came home. I saw the Jewish publications, and a lot of them were excited. But I don't see it coming. Like, it'll be interesting, like Tucker and the reaction to, I can't imagine that many people in the Trump base are going to be excited. And like, Trump could probably pull it back. But like, if you actually take his words, like, that's going to require hundreds of thousands of U.S. troops in Gaza. There's no way that's going to happen. How Trump walks that back, I don't know. He might be senile like Biden, and next week he'll just say something completely different and be like, well, I tried. But, we'll see. But, God bless. Take care.
Okay. Thanks, David. I just have no idea what to say in response to what's happening. I want to listen. Mario Nawfal here. This is his live stream.
Military or warfare situation inside of Iran and solve the problem without that option. So this goes a bit in contradiction with what
James. He also said he would stop the flow of oil. He said he had the right to do that. How would he do that? How would he stop Iran selling oil to countries?
He's done it in the past.
With force?
Yes.
Sanctions.
He's done it when
sanctions.
His first...
The sanctions aren't working. You can't sanction China. That's what the tariff war is about. But the Iran and Russia are selling oil to China, and they sell it, and India also buys it to sell it to Europe. So nothing has worked. None of the sanctions have worked. Where there's a will, there's a way, and it always finds its way across. And Trump's policy of reducing oil prices is going to bankrupt American oil companies, because only OPEC can produce at $40 a barrel, and it's going to make it easier. It's going to make it cheaper for China to buy oil. So this is all posturing. And again, we've already seen what these things are. You say the worst so that you can get something in the middle, but there's an exception with this one. That is that Trump is there to deliver this good to Israel, which is why he's allowed to play president right now from all the AIPAC and other political funding he received.
I'm sorry. Every time I hear Simon speak, all I can think of is like a tinfoil hat. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Wait till you see USAID. Wait till you see that all those tinfoil hats. You're about to see everything that was revealed in those USAID that you would have called a tinfoil hat before, because you don't follow the money, and your only defense is to say that's a conspiracy theory. If you haven't figured out that there was a Western strategy to fund terrorism in order to justify to the West, wait till you find out what you're about to see in the USAID stuff.
I do want to highlight that a lot of until the website was taken down, you can actually see the funding of USAID. You know, if you want to talk about Title 50 and CIA, okay, that's a different set of conversation. But I mean, USAID had everything they spent was public, bylines, etc. And so,
I don't interrupt you, but you don't have to go to USAID's website. Foreignspending.gov has everything still on it. So yeah, it's just a lot of conspiracy.
But again, it goes back to
disclose the human trafficking, the drug trafficking, all of that stuff. Is it disclosed at all?
Okay, I'm not. Let's focus on this on the Gaza space right now, because I think that again, and let me go to Zumas for a second, because I know Zumas, you were in the space with us. What the fuck?
Yeah, thank you.
And so the question to you, because if I'm not mistaken, I think I was with you in a space related to Syria, right? And we were and we briefly talked about this related to Iran and everything. And you know, one of the criticism was kind of this with the fall of Syria was kind of this idea of the death of the axis of resistance. And it does look like, you know, what we saw today before this, right, was this an executive order was going to be signed, kind of reinstating the Mexican pressure campaign. You know, we even saw that there was reporting that maybe, you know, Iran was open to negotiations with the incoming Trump administration. Mm-hmm. Now we have this latest move in Gaza, right? Right. And so the question then becomes, what is the relationship now? Does this change the calculus for Iran and the axis of resistance, et cetera? Do we even see maybe if Trump were to follow through with this, do we see the Houthis get more, like from a broader sense, do you think that this might have a lot more regional ramifications, almost to the point that, you know, the war in the Middle East and in Gaza kind of reignites itself in a larger scale than we saw before?
Excellent question. So I think first and foremost, first we need to establish, if we want to address this question, we first have to establish what is the situation inside Iran at the moment, what is Iran's challenges, and what is Iran's outlook towards this whole thing. So Iran at the moment, for those that don't know, they suffer from a huge inflation crisis. $1 is basically equivalent to around 71,000 tumans. It's sky high. During December and even early January, Iran had problems with.
Are there outside the White House gates right now? You're looking at them. Of course, some of them hoisting Palestinian flags. You see some of the signs there, and viewer discretion is advised on some of the signs, of course. Can't always control these images that we get available to us. But this is right outside the White House gates. I believe it's near Lafayette Square there. We do have a live picture also outside the White House where Netanyahu and Trump welcomed each other. They did what in journalist jargon is known as a quick pool spray in the Oval Office, taking questions from reporters, and then you just watch live that joint press conference. So what we want to do right now, we want to take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Good to be with you. Was off yesterday. A lot more to get to. We'll see you after the break.
So it's worth exploring further.
So that were made over the weekend, how Canada, how Mexico, how China are responding, and what we're going to do next about that. Also, a lot of people are talking about this federal agency known as USAID. What is it, and why do elements of the Trump administration...
Those were U.S. territories for a very long time. Okinawa in Japan was a U.S. territory for a very long time. These things did happen after World War II, but I've never seen anything put forward quite like this. And let's just say there's a lot of diplomacy, a lot of negotiation that has to happen, because you would have to have pretty much almost all the Arab leaders across the Middle East, not Iran, but you'd have to have certainly the King of Jordan. You'd have to have the President of Egypt would have to fervently agree. I don't see where the Gulf states would could do this without having, the 100% approval of the Gulf Cooperation Council, which includes Saudi Arabia. They would all have to weigh in. It is to say it's a bold proposal is to put it lightly.
Yeah.
I've just never seen anything like this. I have heard expressions over the years that if they could just figure out the political problem with Gaza, it could really become, like they used to refer to Lebanon as the Paris of the Middle East or the Paris of the Mediterranean, that Gaza could become something comparable to, say, what Abu Dhabi or Dubai were at one time before they, at the early stages when they were developing. They said, look, it's a great location.
Yeah.
And President Trump is a real estate guy, so location.
Right, that's what I was saying. I mean, is this his real estate tycoon brain speaking now, as president of the United States yet again? Earlier today in the Oval Office, he said Palestinians have, quote, no alternative but to leave the Gaza Strip. He described it as a quote-unquote demolition site. He questioned why they would want to stay. And he is still reiterating and reaffirming that these leaders in the Middle East, the King of Jordan, the leader of Egypt, have already signed off on his idea to relocate Palestinians outside of the Gaza Strip. How they have not. And there was a joint letter over the weekend by several Arab nations essentially saying they will not take in Palestinian refugees, much like they have not throughout the duration of this entire conflict here. Is this Trump just being Trump by the more times you say it, maybe the likelihood or the reality of it actually happening goes up? But they haven't agreed to do that here. So if they haven't agreed, they being Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, and the like, they haven't agreed to take Palestinians and relocate them outside of the Gaza Strip. And the United States is going to come in and do what they will with the Gaza Strip. He was asked if U.S. troops will be deployed to take over Gaza. He said, we'll do what's necessary. We'll take it over and develop it here. There are some contradictions in these statements here. So do you think this will be a little more fully fleshed out now that this is out there in the ether?
Well, what I will say is I did hear him say something that maybe he was rephrasing that, where he kind of indicated that they weren't willing to accept them now, but he felt that they would. He kind of expressed his friendship, a close relationship with King of Jordan and the president of Egypt, and of course with Saudi Arabia as well. So and those are the three largest players. If you get those three on board with this, then this thing really just kind of takes off. But he also referenced something that maybe wasn't noticed so much was he was talking about all these places where they would live, which I'm not going to call them refugee camps because refugee assumes that they will be going back at some point. But he's talking about these places where they would move to and talked about Middle East investment. And that might have been a nod to Saudi Arabia to say that maybe Saudi Arabia has quietly had discussions about if this were to come about, maybe they could put money up. Yeah, as you may recall, Saudi Arabia has a plan that was really something out of almost science fiction, this massive city that they were going to build right on the border of Jordan and Saudi Arabia. This huge, long, rectangular thing that shoots back several miles, and it really is just it's a stunning thing to see in terms of the arts rendition. The question I always had was, who's going to be there? Well, this might be some of that thought, and the Saudis do think big. When they think of doing stuff, they think very, very big in terms of real estate development. So I can't rule out that there's some thought. What I can tell you, though, is having spent time in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain.
How will they respond to what was just said there at this press conference? Those states there in the region. I mean, what do you think they're thinking right now?
They don't want more Palestinian refugees. I can tell you that. I imagine that if I was in Kuwait, we don't want any more Palestinian refugees.
About the United States' role, Hal. That is entirely new.
That's a head scratcher. I imagine at this point, unless there was some heads up given to them, they're walking away going, "We've never heard this before." Okay. That's never been discussed. I mean, the discussion up to this point had been that and I was almost slow walked in. Is you kind of heard, hey, the place is devastated, nobody can live there, and there were some real strong truths there, which is look, the buildings, which I thought was very interesting, it was kind of a real estate sort of appraisal thing, which is the buildings are destroyed, and even the buildings that aren't completely destroyed, they're unstable, they'll collapse, and that's true. A lot of those buildings that are standing, they're not safe. It's not safe for people to move back into. The other thing you brought up was sanitation, which is that's something that occasionally makes the news, but not probably as much as it would. Lack of clean water, lack of any sewage system to speak of. In many ways, it is simply it's uninhabitable in most of Gaza, and so that's a huge problem. So there was going to have to be something on a major scale to happen anyway, just to get people to live on a reasonable way. This is, but I got to tell you, for the countries around there, I imagine at first you're going to see a little bit of pushback from a number of countries, but with some of these things that President Trump has put out there, he throws it out there. There's pushback, and then for some reason it seems to take hold.
Yeah,
and so it may become the proposal du jour, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
it's so
Elliott Blatt,
because
what,
obviously,
what do you think? Are you ready to gentrify Gaza?
What a day! What a historic day! I'm super excited, right? I'm totally not ready for this one. It was very funny listening to you hear this and sort of react in real time, because you were a little bit less guarded than you usually are.
Yes. I mean, my mind immediately goes to butt fucking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a line you haven't really crossed on the stream before. So I knew this was big news if that was happening.
Like Elon Musk can go to every government agency and just bend them over without lubrication, man.
Well, not to blow my own horn, Luke, but I don't know. Some months ago, I really put this out there that Trump needs to blitz. He needs to go all in all directions, right? So that you can only defend so many angles, right? And so you either care about Palestine or you care about, what's it called?
USAID.
USAID, yeah, which I remember hearing about decades ago. But it's just a total blitz, as I really couldn't be happier. Look, this has totally exceeded my expectations.
It's hilarious. It's the most wonderful. It's just beautiful.
And I just think a certain number of liberals are just going to just surrender because they just can't take it anymore.
Right. Yeah. Like they're not going to defend DEI. Like DEI is dead. It's never been popular. Like it's dead.
Slaughtered, just ruthlessly, mercilessly slaughtered.
Right. He could take over Greenland because all people want to talk about is Gaza.
Yeah. So winding back a little bit, 2 points. Yeah. One is, I think only a real estate developer could do this. So why I say that is that most people look at a building, right, and they just see it as sort of eternally being there and having always been there. But a real estate developer looks at it and says, oh, that was something that's been put up recently and something before it had to be destroyed. They're just they look at the earth, they look at the world, and they just see it as a malleable place, right? So they're capable of thinking in those terms. I think most mortals aren't capable of thinking in those terms. So only a real estate developer, and only a real estate developer of Trump's stature, could even think in these ways. And when most normies, most academics who are just flipping pages in books, they don't see the world as being malleable in any sense of the word. They see the world as something that needs to be accommodated to and not changed. Yeah. Anyway, so that's one.
I can't imagine any other politician having. Why don't we just take over Gaza?
I know, and I can only imagine like Nick Fuentes
and Jean-Francois Garapé and Keith Woods. They're not thrilled, but I bet Richard Spencer is down. I wonder what Richard thinks.
Yeah, because Richard Spencer could actually think in these ways,
Right, he's got that spirit, that Promethean spirit.
Yeah, he sees the world as a changeable place, and he's ready to go with it. So, which winds me back to is why all of this stuff. So, if you look at like the big macro strategy, why the Greenland stuff? Why the Gulf of America stuff? Why the Mexico? Why these big, bold, brash moves? And it's to set the stage for something like this, which is to say, no, what you think is fixed is not fixed. So you need to really think about what you believe in, because it could change out from underneath you. And so he's just gotten people used to the idea that things can change, and they just very well might change.
And there are a lot of beautiful women in Gaza.
Are there now?
Yeah, I've seen photos.
Yeah, so can you imagine if you go play a little roulette with a nice burqa'd up roulette dealer?
No, they have to move. They have to go, but I'm just I'm tipping my yarmulke to their beauty. I'm acknowledging their beauty.
Yeah.
But they have to go. But they can go last.
I do agree with you. I don't think this will actually come to pass, but it changes the frame of the conversation among your average Palestinian. Because I think a part of them wouldn't mind just fucking hanging out at a casino all day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, I told you, as part of a poker game, it featured a lot of Arabs, and they love to gamble, bro. It's just part of their culture.
Yeah, and they love banging chicks too.
Yeah. But you know, I would never set foot in an Arab casino. I'll tell you that because you still don't know when there's going to be the occasional suicide test. Yeah, going off. So fun time.
I mean, I'm just going to enjoy the news coverage. Like, it's just going to be so much fun following the news. I mean,
yeah,
it's the top story on all the world's major newspapers right now.
Yeah. It's exciting. Every day's a new day. I don't know. I don't even think I'm worthy for this, bro.
I'm so glad I'm alive right now. I mean,
yeah.
What about all those poor people who died before 4:00 this afternoon and they never got to experience this?
Yeah, it's a good point you raised about the heart attacks, because this is sort of like a heart attack level event for a lot of people. So anyway.
Oh, Mark Andreessen. He hired Daniel Penny.
I caught that, and I thought that was marvelous.
Isn't that great?
Yes, and it's the old axiom, you know. Reward your friends and punish your enemies. And I think Mark Andreessen is currently on our team now.
Yes.
I think, and, you know, I've been very critical and dismissive of Musk, you know, lately, you know, because a lot of stuff I don't like, but boy, what this USAID thing is going on, I'm loving this. I think this is great. This has come to light. And it's just all of it. You don't even know where to focus on. You don't know which end zone to celebrate in, you know? There's just so much winning, bro. I'm tired of winning.
Like, he set up cots in U.S. government offices, which is hilarious, and he's there all night, like on the weekends, and he wants to run every government grant through AI. And I know you don't believe in AI, but I'm sure you're open to the possibility that a little examination of government grants might yield a higher level of efficiency.
Absolutely. And, you know, I have experienced slightly. So years ago, this is during 9/11, I worked for a company that was acquired by IBM. Mm-hmm. And IBM is basically, you know, although it's a corporation, it's just this monolith bureaucracy. And so they had like 20 people from this bureaucracy descend on this little company, and just to sort of, you know, check off boxes and have meetings and discuss things and not really do anything. Just this sort of bureaucratic non-work, you know. They were just useless people. And this is what bureaucracies ultimately cultivate and reward, is people that don't rock the boat. And they're just so not ready for sort of the lean, mean, agile startup mentality that comes in and just gets to the point, you know. And I'm excited. I'd love to see how this plays out. But if you remember, in the early rollout of Obamacare, it was a disaster.
Yes.
And then they had to fly in a bunch of Silicon Valley 20-somethings to fix it.
Yeah.
And they couldn't hire them because there's a bureaucratic regulation that required a drug test. And none of these people would pass a drug test. So they had to have like an act of Congress relax this particular standard at this particular moment, because they needed their technical acumen to fix this particular problem. It just shows you. You know, cream rises to the top, bro. Cream ultimately does rise to the top. So be cream.
So here's a statement on X. Trump heard Free Palestine, and he treated it as an offer for real estate. And then breaking news, the United States Postal Service will no longer accept packages from China and Hong Kong.
UPS won't?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't know either, but it's great.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, what's going to go on? Like, I mean, like, so you have like this Palestinian protests that sort of manifested outside the White House within the hour, apparently. Nobody cares. I look at that thing. It doesn't impact me in the slightest. It's like these people are playing with a playbook that was irrelevant 20 years ago, and they're just still living in the past. And so it does feel like major things are afoot, you know, and it's fun to watch, and be a part of, hopefully. But we all need to lock arms, bro. We need to lock arms, and we need to support this. And we can't tolerate these turncoats and these naysayers and these nebushes. We need to line up and present a united front.
Yeah, I get that, but there are also a lot of blind spots that come with that. So, yeah, do that in action, but certainly have free and open conversations and listen to critiques and criticism. So you can be totally united in your actions and in your public comments, but privately, listen to criticism, because you never want to get into that much of a bubble.
True enough. Fair point.
So we can present a united front publicly, and then privately, listen to the criticism, see things from other points of view, discuss things privately. But yeah, publicly, we're MAGA.
So yeah, but also speaking of AI, I actually applied AI yesterday.
Really?
And to some actual benefit. It cut out a bunch of drudgery I had to do. I had to find out bits of information, which involved 5, 6, 7 clicks on various websites to finally get to the information.
Yeah.
And I just asked Grok. It just gave it to me. It saved me 5 minutes per operation, but there was, in the face of 100 operations, it's a huge time saver.
Yeah, I had to send a letter, and I didn't know how to send. It was like a technical letter. It was not something you could just toss off. And I just Googled it and just took the template from AI, and then just added a few names and addresses.
Yeah. So anyway, the future does belong to the people that can leverage AI, and it's going to be people who can't are going to be at a disadvantage. I don't think it's sort of going to be that game changer. I don't think it's going to be like AI is going to take over the world, quote unquote. But I think it's a valuable tool, and it just behooves people to learn how to use it, because their opponents are certainly going to know. In fact, if you don't know how to use it and your opponents do, you're going to be walking uphill. That's all I can say.
Yeah. So apparently, Richard Spencer is live. Oh no, I'm blocked. So maybe I can access it. So give me the link, guys. Give me the link. I'll access it through a anonymous browser. So I'm curious. Yeah, he's live on X, but I'm blocked. But I am. This is one of the first time in years that I've wondered, what is Richard Spencer saying about? Oh, maybe he's on someone else's X. So maybe throw down the link. I can't. Yeah, throw me the link, guys. But so much fun. So much fun. Maybe he's on. Yes. Is he on Mario Nawfal? Is he on? Maybe he's on.
I see that guy's tweets. I've never listened to him. This is your first time. But earlier you had mentioned that woman who gave this really just excellent breakdown of
she was great.
Dismantling of the affirmative action regime. I had no idea that the tentacles ran that deep. And then what was his name? Caldwell?
Yeah, Christopher Caldwell. He's great.
Yeah, that was just an excellent analysis as well. So I finally know what it feels like to be winning, bro. I finally know the feeling. It's been so long.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
wow.
That's all
Good
I
to
got.
catch up, bro. Okay, thanks, bro. Take care.
Later.
Get
Sorry.
some rest. Bye. Okay, so throw me the link to Richard Spencer. Let's get some Jesse Waters.
The idea of the United States owning that piece of land, developing and creating thousands of jobs with something that will be magnificent in a really magnificent area that nobody would know. I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
Who thought we'd have an American state in Gaza before a Palestinian state? You thought the Israelis were going to occupy Gaza. The Americans are. Trump says he wants control of the Strip so he can finally bring peace and prosperity and seaside condos. The media suddenly started hating nation building.
It's preposterous, and it's illegal by any understanding of international law.
This is not anything of a plan. This is a complete American imperialism at its roots, at its core. Donald Trump suggesting that this land in the Middle East would be better occupied and overseen by America. I just don't think we can really begin to even comprehend what we're hearing 2 weeks in from this administration.
Clearly, America is now expressing clearly that they want to occupy permanently, probably, Gaza. They want the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
Trump's shooting to be the greatest deal maker in history. There's one deal no president's ever been able to make. Peace in the Middle East. Is taking over Gaza the solution? We don't know. Do the Palestinians want this? We'll have to send Johnny to Gaza to find out. But you're not going to get results by doing the same old thing over and over again. Middle East Forum Affiliation Chief Editor Jim Hansen is here. So what's the deal with this one?
Jesse, I'm sorry you interrupted me. I was looking at oceanfront property on the MAGA Strip, maybe Mar-a-Lago on the Med. Look, this is Donald Trump doing what he does better than anyone.
At least for those 3 or 4 decades. And so it's not nothing. And this issue is obviously for the young people now that don't see themselves as tied to a particular country because they have friends on Snapchat all over the world and they're buddies with guys in China and girls in Australia and friends in the UK and Canada and Brazil, and they're friends with everybody. So so when they see an issue that's a global injustice issue, they're going to die.
Maybe Mar-a-Lago on the Med. Look, this is Donald Trump doing what he does better than anyone. He kicked over the conference tables. He said nothing anyone has done in the past 75 years has been even slightly fruitful. Let's go to the source of the problem. The source of the problem is the Gazans and the Palestinian Authority and the predecessors have been trying to drive the Jews into the sea and own the land from the river to the sea for far too long. Let's not do that anymore. Let's make it great again.
Does it have to become a U.S. state? I mean, we're already adding stars for Canada, Greenland, potentially Panama.
Yeah, I don't know if we make it a state, a territory, or if we just rebuild it and make it an international economic zone. I don't know. Donald Trump seems to be able to do whatever he sets his mind to these days. Let's get him and Elon working on this and some of the rest of the brainiacs they know and figure out a better way for that piece of land to stop being one of the biggest problems on the planet.
He also said today that he'd obliterate Iran if they ever made mischief again. Is this proposal also aimed at the Iranians?
It tells the Iranians that you may have proxies you've been paying to cause trouble and to turn that region into a hellhole for a long time, and that's not the way it's going to be anymore. And if you come for the king, you're not only going to miss, we're going to squash you flat. I think the messaging is clear. Do not mess with the big dog because he's coming off the porch.
So we'll just evict the Iranian-sponsored tenants who've been raining mayhem with condom bombs all over Israel. And the Saudis do want a deal. Trump's also trying to get the Saudis and the Israelis together. Does this play into that?
You know, that would be the biggest parlay in the world. I think let's not underestimate the difficulty of this. This is a massive undertaking, but so has everything else been. And leaving them there is just a guarantee of more terrorism. So let's get the Saudis. Let's get the rest of the Gulf Arabs involved. Let's get the Europeans involved. Everybody has a stake in something better than what's going on. And if the two-state solution is Israel and Jordan and Egypt on the other side, then I think that's better than what anybody's come up with so far. Let's give it a try.
I mean, if the Democrats were all on board to rebuild Afghanistan, I mean, Gaza should just be that's child's play. Hanson, I got to go, but thank you so much for joining us in this breaking news environment.
Always great, Jesse.
Alina Hava is the counselor to President Trump and joins me now. Was this idea that people were kind of spitballing throughout the day? How did this idea come together?
There's nobody better at making a deal than the man who wrote The Art of the Deal. That's the truth, Jesse. Listen, he wants one thing, and that's the art of peace. I think that should be his next chapter. And this is a big step towards that. There is nobody who will be better, as we've seen. And just look at what he's done since we've been in. It's been so fast and so rapid that even the left-wing media can't keep up with how much good we're doing. And that's what we need in America. We're going to help. We're going to have collaborative help. We're going to do things such as tell people that we will tariff you if you're taking advantage of America. And then we will work together, because the end result and the end goal is one thing. And that's the truth, Jesse. And this is something we've talked about ad nauseum every day since we've gotten in. Let's make the world better by making America stronger. And we've seen that that works, and it works under President Trump. And there's only really one person that could have done this, and that's the president himself.
Well, the Democrats have been crazy about freezing foreign aid. This would unleash some considerable foreign aid, rebuilding Gaza. Do you think that this is something that maybe the Democrats could agree to?
I think they should, if they care about world peace. I think they should if they care about stop spending 70, however much money they're spending on DEI plays and operas in Colombia. We've seen $50 million to Gaza for condoms that they're using for bombs. We're seeing all kinds of spending being cut. So why not spend that money on protecting people in the world who have been persecuted and prosecuted, much like President Trump, who are going to be given a safe haven? And while they do, let's take that strip and let's make it great again. Let's make the world great again by making America great again. And that's what President Trump is doing. He is literally using this position to do as much good as humanly possible, not just for America, but for humanity. And the left spin that you're talking about, you and I know it well. It's a panic. It's a frantic a grasp for air so that they can twist and turn all the good that he is doing. But America sees what it is. They had a mandate on November 5th. It was clear. They wanted peace. They wanted strength. They want peace through strength. And that is what President Trump's going to do, not just for us, but for everybody. And I think this is a clear signal of that.
You know, he used the same play to seduce Little Rocket Man. He said, just put the missiles away. We could build beautiful housing in the Korean Peninsula. We don't need to fight each other. We can all live happily. It's the same thing here. Do you think these countries are going to go for it? Some of these people in Gaza, he might want to have go to Egypt or Jordan.
I think we should look at what's happened already. I think facts speak very loudly, and I like to speak in fact. Maybe it's the lawyer in me. But let's look at what happened with Colombia. Let's look at what happened with Mexico. Let's look at what happened with Canada. Our facts speak louder than anything else. And the history of this administration in the past few weeks, only a few weeks, speak louder than words. And that is strength. We are going to make the world better. We really are. Maybe it should be make the world better again and great again. But that is what we're working at. It's not just about America. When America is strong, everybody wants to get on board. And we're seeing that. Now, maybe we have to say we're going to tariff you. We'll sanction you. If you don't behave of it yourself, if you take advantage of our economics, if you bring fentanyl into our country, which is what they're doing, it's a fentanyl crisis right now, we're not going to let you kill our people. And we're not going to let you kill other people that are innocent. And that's what President Trump is standing for, what's righteous, what's good, and what's clean. And I think that that's unfortunately going to upset some bureaucrats that were making money off of this regime in the last administration. But those days are long gone.
All right. Well, Alina's already looking at land in the Mediterranean. It's a hot market. You want to get in now. Get in while you can. Alina's going over. MAGA on the Mediterranean. Thank you so much, Alina Habba.
Thank you.
Breaking news on RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard and the mystery MAGA cover girl. Next. Into the script, and I read it like an idiot.
I think we're all wondering, what does Sean Hannity have to say?
This is my world.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight we begin with a Fox News alert. By a vote of 54-46, Pam Bondi has officially been confirmed as the next.
I don't care about that. I want to talk about bloody Gaza, mate. So I bet, did Sean Hannity record his show in advance? Fox should be going wall to wall with this baby. Right, Mario Nawfal, Nawfal.
Then also increased pressure on individuals and groups and militants inside Iraq. However, I think this time he will go a step further, because last time under his first administration, he didn't designate groups like Badr, and I think this time that's on the card. Now, this will put a significant what should we say, pressure, significant economic pressure on Iran, and it's really hard to say where that what that really can result in. How fast will Iran concede, and how long will that maximum pressure run? Because if the maximum pressure runs long enough, and Iran's economy continues to deteriorate, and the inflation continues to increases, like I said, $1 is 71,000 toman. Some Iranian economists are saying that it's going to reach 110,000 by the end of March next month. This is that's an insane amount. So the inflation could ultimately result in unrest inside the country. And once you have a situation like that, it's kind of hard to predict. So is Iran interested in conceding this quickly to the U.S. and getting it over with? Or will they, drag it on, and possibly, the sanctions will hurt them? Now, as in terms of for Gaza and Iran, from their perspective, I don't think Iran is interested in getting involved in this. Iran's red line at the moment is if Iran itself is attacked, or what it perceives to be key interest to itself, and Gaza is not in that calculus. Why is it not? Because Iran supports these people morally, as they say, but they don't have a foothold like they have in Iraq and or like they had in Syria and whatnot. So it's a different calculus. If Iran's embassies or Iran has military strikes and whatnot, then you might see Iran start taking military action. But other than that, I don't see this happening. And I think even from the U.S. point of view, I don't think there's an interest at the moment to sort of militarily strike Iran. I know that there's been a lot of talk about strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. I think this is coming more from Israel than the U.S. itself. I think the U.S. is taking another route. So I think in that regard, that is sort of settled. I think, and as for the rest of the region, I think that Trump is obviously working very hardly on this. I think the whole notion of the normalization with Israel and Saudi Arabia is running. If you remember Bob Woodward's book, he released a lot of details on the sort of talks, the normalization talks between Israel and Saudi Arabia. And in this, in this book that Bob Woodward released, Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, made it clear. He said that, look, like most of my youth, they didn't know what Palestine really was before October 7th, because most of my population is young. But now it's been like they've been constantly subjected to this. They've become very familiar with this. So this isn't an obstacle. So when he says this to Blinken in the book. So when I want, from his point of view, when I, Mohammed bin Salman, want to normalize with Israel, I need a clear path.
Have tariffs. He is launch a
do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
Let's be clear. What the president is saying is Gaza could no longer be a safe haven for terrorists to launch attacks against Israel and others. And if you knew Donald Trump even a little bit, you would think he came down the escalator in 2015. Donald Trump is once again, just like in saying he would have tariffs, he is negotiating and sending a loud message.
In the coming days, we expect to get more reaction.
Three-stage proposal. We also know that the U.S. president has said that and requested with the leaders of Jordan as well as Egypt that they take in the 2 million Palestinians that had been living in Gaza and have had their homes destroyed, something that they have flatly rejected. The U.S. president was asked about this, and he said that he believes that he can convince the leaders, even though they have already said no to that proposal and suggestion.
And, of course, it's going to raise many red flags, isn't it, in global capitals, including those that are very close allies of the US, in terms of what they're proposing is ethnic cleansing, and that's illegal.
Absolutely, it's illegal. We know that the forced occupation, or rather the forced relocation of a population by an occupying power, in this case Israel, is a violation of the Geneva Conventions. So this is problematic in that it's a violation of international law. For Donald Trump to be suggesting this could put him or make him subjected to war crimes in and of itself. And then there's another issue, too. In this press conference, the U.S. president also said that in the coming days he would be making another announcement, and that is the future sovereignty of what he called Judea and Samaria, which we all call the West Bank. So in other words, he is not only talking about the future of the Gaza Strip, but he's also talking about displacement of the Palestinians from the West Bank. In other words, suggesting that there may no longer be the ownership of that area for the Palestinians as well. So this is extremely unnerving for not only the Palestinians, but also world leaders around the globe who have been blindsided by this shocking announcement.
Kimberly Halkett, our White House correspondent, thank you very much for that update. Now, senior Hamas officials have released statements following the comments by Donald Trump on the permanent resettlement of Palestinians from Gaza. They say, and we quote, "We consider it a recipe for creating chaos and tension in the region. Our people in the Gaza Strip will not allow these plans to pass. What is required is an end to the occupation and aggression against our people, not their expulsion from their land. Our people in Gaza have thwarted displacement and deportation plans under bombardment for more than 15 months. They are rooted in their land and will not accept any schemes aimed at uprooting them from their homeland." The UN Security Council was holding a private meeting on Israel's attacks on the occupied West Bank when Trump spoke about forcing Palestinians in Gaza to live elsewhere, particularly Egypt and Jordan. Gabriel Elizondo has reaction from the United Nations.
After Trump's comment in Washington about relocating Palestinians outside of Gaza, Palestine's ambassador to the UN took to the microphone to remind people that idea
this is a
has
situation
already
where Trump
been
is trying
rejected.
to solidify himself as the chief negotiator, not even the chief negotiator, in many aspects the sole negotiator, or do you think I'm just reading too much in the weeds of what's going on?
I think you're 100% right, and I think if this was a negotiation, and I don't know if anyone here would disagree with me, it's easier to see what the result is of Russia and Ukraine, right? Where he says, look, Trump's always respected the strongman, right? So if he says, hey, look, Russia now owns this land, you're going to stop, or else we're going to do this, this, and this, and Russia's going to stop, or we're going to do this, this, and this. And we just put an end to this and we call it what it is, where it is, and that's it, right? I think that's the way Trump negotiates. And I don't think he depends on, the state secretary or anyone else to do that. He likes taking credit for that. So, yeah, I think you're right. But I think his negotiating tactic isn't, hey, let's just go in and take over this. It's not his typical thing. I think that's why you have no comments from Republicans or Democrats on hey, we don't even know what this is because it's so outside the norm for him. And that's why I don't even think this is a real thing. I just think it's a bargaining chip or to help Netanyahu. But yes, to your assessment, I think it's him who negotiates with other countries, no one else.
And go ahead, James.
Arthur, no, go.
Well, no, I was going to go to actually, Webai that he's jumped in, and let me push this question to you. I know you just joined us. Is this kind of what my questioning was? I don't know how much you caught it because I know you kind of just jumped in, but there was this idea of President Trump leading. Is this his attempt to being the sole negotiator, right? Because it's interesting that there was this huge declaration when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the United States. The first foreign leader to visit the United States is with Benjamin Netanyahu, which I think is a statement in and of itself. But it does look like President Trump kind of wants to push this image of he is the sole negotiator, and something the US where generally ownership. The Secretary of State.
Yeah, it really is difficult to find the words that befit how grotesque Trump's comments have been. I mean, this is a man who is known for saying everything Trump says is extreme and over the top.
Like in the private sector, running a company. But this is, President Trump's style. It's not necessarily to say that there's no role for the Secretary of State. There's a lot to do. The United States is being the most powerful country on earth with interests and involvement in every corner on the globe. There's, almost an endless array of foreign policy issues, and not every single foreign policy issue can be a priority. So I think this is part of the president's negotiating style. I don't think it's to take away from any other cabinet member, necessarily. And I don't think, his appointment of a special envoy such as Steve Witkoff, who, for all intents and purposes, has been doing, a remarkable job, and for, just the small amount of time that he's been, thrown into this problem set. So I don't think that's necessarily taking away from anyone else in his cabinet and his administration. It's just reflective of his style.
Can I ask you a follow-up question then? How do you mesh this declaration from President Trump, and this idea of, because it's a quagmire. I think you and I agree with American deployments into Gaza would be considered a quagmire. I mean, the quagmire of quagmires, probably worse than Gaza. Do you think that this contradicts his pledge for no new wars and kind of ending the quote-unquote forever wars?
No, I think the implementation of it is still a live play. It all depends on how it's implemented and what is the scope here, right? And that I think remains to be seen. We have to sort of wait and see. Do I believe that the 101st Airborne or the 82nd Airborne is going to be deployed to Gaza? I don't. I don't have any additional information, but I don't think that that this is some sort of part of, George W. Bush type of announcement. That's not who Trump is, fundamentally. And we heard from, his speech was mostly
the 3rd Brigade, which is kind of the 3rd Brigade of the 82nd, has been slated to go to the border, which kind of reduces the capabilities that the U.S. has to actually deploy forces to a lot of other parts of the world, like in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the big difference is that I don't foresee us getting involved in having these forces in the middle of Gaza City or in the facing some type of insurgency. We've seen how that played out in Iraq, and President Trump has been perhaps the most vocal of any Republican on President Bush's mistakes and failures in Iraq, and just the fact that we should have never been there in the first place. So I think we have to wait and see in terms of the implementation of this plan. I think there are certainly going to be major sensitivities to ensure that the U.S. military doesn't get embroiled, in anything that resembles to what happened in Iraq. Look, judging from the president's, own words, he focused almost entirely on rebuilding and rehabilitating that area. It's going to be extremely difficult. But he is certainly right in the aspect that Gaza is a demolition site. It is completely destroyed. That is not hyperbole. So how do the inhabitants, how can people continue to live there? And that is, a legitimate, I believe, a very legitimate question. But in terms of the actual implementation of what, the president laid out here, we have to wait and see, but it certainly seems to be very, ambitious in scope. And that's probably what the region needs.
So I'm gonna go to thank you, Ove, for that report, for that that resume. I want to go to Sarah, but she was with us at the beginning. She has a question for Stefano, I think.
For Artorias.
For Artorias, sorry.
I don't know who Stefano is. Artorias, I would like to ask you, because you called U.S. troops in the region a quagmire. I think you were being quite measured with your words, but how could the United States go in and say just to rebuild? How could they go in your opinion, without U.S. troops? Would U.S. troops be needed on the ground?
If Trump wants to implement this plan, he would have to deploy troops, and it wouldn't be
right. There's no way around it, right?
Yeah, it would, and then the question is, I think the questions that you would have to ask, I think so. You would have to deploy troops. It would have to be a significant deployment, not only from. The interesting aspects of it is you have Israel right there. And so there would have to be an agreement from a logistical standpoint for Israel to support. It would in some way, shape, or form, there would have to be a military deployment, not only to Gaza, but also to Israel to provide the logistical support for it. We would be talking about probably tens of thousands of soldiers, if not more, because there's 2 million people there in a very large urban area. It would be a significant military deployment for this region. And if the question is also to rebuild, you would also have to deploy. Now, the question is then for rebuilding is that something that is contracted out, even if it's contracted out, or do you try to use American engineers to leverage that? And I think that the deployment of U.S. military personnel, I think, Hamas still has military capabilities. It doesn't have the capabilities to repeat October 7th, but it has the capabilities to launch at least, an insurgency. I think it just asked the Israeli defense.
So skirmishes in the region, not to cut you off, sir, but skirmishes in the region that U.S. troops may have to fight on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I don't see Hamas accepting this in any way, shape, or form. And so that would be a situation. When Israel launched, if you look at the IDF operations in Gaza, the IDF did not want to deal with the coin fight. They did not want to deal with the counterinsurgency fight. That was not their plan. They did not really, in many areas, they would raid, go in and get out, go in and out, in and out. In some areas they held, but for the most part, it was going in and out and quickly pulling out because they didn't want to deal with governing. They did not want to deal with reconstruction. They did not want to deal with counterinsurgency. They saw Hamas cell or Hamas battalion. They went in and the goal was to destroy it and then pull out. They didn't establish a governing infrastructure. They did not establish a security infrastructure. They did not develop what the United States did in Iraq and Afghanistan. If the U.S. would deploy forces into Gaza from a military standpoint, it would be an Iraq or Afghanistan situation. It would have to be. That is literally the definition of counterinsurgency. It would be a security, a stability type of operation. That's what it would look like. It would require a deployment of a significant amount of U.S. military personnel to achieve that. If the goal, as President Trump stated today in the press conference for reconstruction and stability, you would have to deploy U.S. military forces, and it would look like Iraq. It would look like Afghanistan, just there in Gaza. And I don't see any reason why Hamas wouldn't launch an insurgency against it. And we've seen Hamas, this idea of Hamas does not operate under the constraints of civilian casualties. So that's how they would fight. And I know you were disagreeing, but it would be Iraq, and Hamas would try to fight it. The PIDs would try to fight it, and that's what it would be like. And we would have a repeat of Iraq or Afghanistan, this time just in Gaza.
You think it would be 20 years there as well, Artorias?
That I can't tell you exactly how long it would take, but it'd be a long time, especially for reconstruction. I think it would take to rebuild. I think after the ceasefire announced, what did they say? 5-10 years was the estimate how long it would be reconstructed.
Trump said 10 to 15.
Yeah, even 10 to 15 years.
in the
So
statement,
pick your poison.
Well, what look, it's an out of the box plan, but so let's think out of the box. There's one country in the region that's famed for its construction companies in a post-conflict area. Turkey. Why not have Turkish construction companies, overseeing at least partly the rebuilding of Gaza? That's one option, right? I mean, we heard over and over, hey, we should have countries in the region, according to President Trump, take the lead in this. Well, we've got at least one country that has experience in reconstructing areas that have been totally destroyed. We've seen Turkish construction companies, in Ukraine and other parts of the world. I don't know. So that's one potential option. So I think there are ways for this to be done without. You don't need. Again, we heard from Trump. We don't need to have history repeat itself. And certainly, I think, for this to be entirely American companies, American troops on the ground, well, there's no need for that because, you should have other countries in the region who have this capacity and capability, to take the lead. So it'll be interesting to see if that could be one potential scenario in play.
Yeah, I get that point, and that's I think that's where Trump is trying to put a bit of pressure on those actors because those actors haven't been very, let's say, strict or very good at maintaining the situation at the moment. We knew that at some point they wanted to have the UAE or the Saudis take over the control of the region. They even proposed to the Egyptian to help with the military, the Egyptian and the Jordanian to help with the military control and the transition. But it seems all of that failed. And Trump's statements today still having that situation proves that those people have failed. Those movements have failed. In the meantime, I would like to thank everyone that came today. Sorry for the people that just joined, but we've been running for around 2 hours. I think the news a bit stopped coming. We're gonna come back.
Old Gaza City. Just to the left side right here is a parking lot that served the area of people driving their cars, parking here and getting off to visit this old landmark. Down the road, what we're seeing here is more of an area that used to be quite busy. Right now, it's more of a desert with only few people, among them those who return back to Gaza City and the northern part are taking this road. But what we're seeing, a road that was filled with people now is full of more of a landfill, garbage and rubble. Here to our right, it's more of the part of the old city, of old Gaza City, the gold market and exchange money market. This is the part, as reckoned by many people, the wealthiest
have enough
part
problems
of
there.
Gaza City.
And let's see how things will develop. I suspect that the Attic areas in the West Bank could same fate. But I think he's the best for everybody. I think it's going to be tremendous economic opportunities with the new canal, with the new road and cost of transportation. And I think that some people mention it, that Trump works under extremely high ego. He's saying these things just to pretend. That's a plan. That's my point. All the best to you.
Thank you, Renzo. I'm reading a tweet from a pretty... I want to say this guy isn't always reliable, so please take this tweet with a grain of salt. I've unfollowed him and followed him in the past because some of his stuff is unreliable, but he is one of the news aggregators in relation to Israel. I'm going to read this tweet, but please take it with a grain of salt. I don't have another source verifying if this is correct. He is saying, Hamas, we are ready for talks with the Trump administration. I am not seeing this reported elsewhere, but I am seeing this one news aggregator tweet this. If anybody else has another source for this.
just a crazy thing to hear in a vacuum anyway. Like, that's just wild.
Yeah, it's just nuts. Okay, again, I can't see hands.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
I don't want to speak because they're hands up. I have a question to people who might
Yeah.
speak. As an American, could some of my Jewish friends or Arab friends on stage or the audience tell me what is the consensus building on their various TV media channels, TikToks? I'm really curious what the chatter
Let's
is.
go to Ari for that. Ari, you can answer that question.
Can I not? I want to just say something else if that's okay. So basically, about this. So first of all, I think the first step will be for Trump is, so this is my personal view and knowing the region as much as I know about it. We all know that America gives Egypt, what, $2-3 billion a year. So Trump will probably tell Egypt, look, man, if you want American money, you're going to listen to us. So I don't know what is Egypt's other alternative. What, China? So they're probably going to have no option because they need American money. So they're going to probably accept, the Palestinians in. Not all of them. And maybe Jordan will take, because here's the thing also people don't understand. This is, again, a lot of Palestinians already went to Egypt, like 100,000 of them, because we all know they bribed the border guards, 5,000 apiece, 10,000 apiece. So 100,000 already left. Top of that, a lot of the numbers at Gazans, no one knows how many numbers of people there actually are, because all these Hamas numbers can be taken with a grain of salt. No one knows how many numbers there are. So there's probably not 2.2 million, as people say. There's more like like over a million, slightly over a million people. And I think, Egypt will take a few 100,000. Jordan will take a few 100,000. And the rest will probably go in like pockets of other parts of the Middle East or Europe. Maybe 50K here, 50K. And eventually they'll clean out Gaza. And I think, and the last thing I'll mention, I'm not going to keep the space up. Look, Trump is a contractor. I happen to spend time in his, old hotel in Atlantic City that he used to own, because I live in Jersey. And, Trump's probably going to make it into next Atlantic City. Because think about it, Gaza, the Gazans had an opportunity to make Gaza the next Singapore, the next Miami, whatever. They dropped the ball. I'm not going to get into what could have, would have. They dropped the ball. Let's keep it real. So I think Trump, as a businessman that he is going to be like, all right, well, why the fuck not? Why not make it to the next Miami, Atlantic City, the next Singapore? And they got the beach, right? They got the climate. So he's probably going to make it to next Dubai. And I think all this is possible. And that's it. Great idea.
My first thought was, I think it was today, we created a sovereign wealth fund for the United States. My first thought was, if this is a serious plan for Gaza, then all of these resorts, all these hotels that he's talking about are basically going to be owned by either private developers or the sovereign wealth fund. And this is going to be a moneymaker for the United States. That was kind of where my mind went when this was all announced. But, okay, we have some other hands up. Maybe they can address John's question. Let's go to Nomad. Nomad has had their hand up for some time.
Yeah, I've been following Trump for a while. He is dead serious on this. This is not posturing. What he's done is he's taken the toy away, the land, that all these sides in the Middle East have been fighting over and using. So the Israeli far right is going to be pissed because they're not going to get to rebuild their settlements, their Jewish settlements. Gaza is not going to be Jewish. And the Arabs are going to be super pissed because they're not going to get a Gaza that they can use to continue to wage war against Israel. Iran's going to be pissed. That's just what's happening. This is absolutely going to happen. And it's going to be interesting because Trump did mention during the presser, he said, even Palestinians can come back to live in my super awesome Trump land, Atlantic City, like city-state that he's going to build. So I expect a Singapore-type solution, and I expect him to force it to happen because otherwise he's put a lot of presidential capital on the line to do this. It can't possibly be that he was just bullshitting, hoping the sides will come up with some other random solution.
Well, I want to push back a little bit on that. You said that this is going to piss everybody off a little bit, so everybody's going to be happy. I want to read a tweet from Ben Gavir's Twitter account, which is normally he tweets in Hebrew. Here's what he had to say. He said, Donald, this looks like the beginning of a beautiful friendship. That doesn't sound like the ostracization of the Israeli right to me. I think that they're probably pretty happy with this, given
Then
that
they're
tweet.
sucking it up. Sorry, Aristotle, they're not happy. They're sucking it up because it's happening. Because Ben-Gvir has been wanting to put Jewish settlements on that land. They have been saying it over and over again. Okay, and now they have Trump, and they know that Trump's a leader, and there's not going to be Jewish tomato farms in Gaza, and there's
Dude,
not going to be Hamas in
literally
Gaza
No
either.
Jew thinks like that. Honestly, no Jews that I have talked to thinks like that. With all due
Yeah, we
respect.
don't care. We gave it Gaza away. We don't care about Gaza. It has no
Dude, I
biblical.
listened to
Just want him
Smotrich
to
and
leave it the
Ben.
fuck
Sorry,
alone. That's all we
Listen,
I
care.
listened
listen,
to
hold
Smotrich
on.
and Ben-Gvir.
Okay. This is a space I run. For those of you that join my spaces, these are heavily moderated spaces. So we're going to go one at a time. Nomad responded. We're going to go to Ari to reply, and then Democrats.
Yeah, I was just saying that the whole thing of, first of all, speaking for myself, and probably most people agree with me, it's not about Jews trying to make it into settlements. I'm sure some Jews think that way, but it's all about these motherfuckers leaving us alone. We don't want because after 75 years of war in that area, you just want to have one less toxic neighbor. That's all. So whether Americans own it, whether the French own it, or the British own it again, we don't care. We just want this place to be stabilized. We want to have for example, Jordan is our more or less a peaceful neighbor. Yeah, some skirmishes happen. Egypt, more or less, right? And that's what we want. We want a neighbor that we can just, we can have a normal relationship. We don't care, yeah, I mean, there's going to be some settlements. Maybe some Jews have this dream of the bigger Levant. Yeah, but that's most Israelis and most Jews probably just want, like I said, they want rockets to be shot, people being fucking kidnapped from the other side. That's what Israel mostly wants.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with everything Ari just said. Yeah, it's not about creating a greater Israel or more Jewish land or more Jewish anything or Jewish. Nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with safety and security. Israel wouldn't care if India occupied Gaza as long as they were nice to us and left us alone. Never ever been. The only reason you've heard people talking about make Gaza Jewish again was because we didn't have an alternative, except now we do. Now we have a great alternative. I would love for the US to own that strip of land. It would be wonderful. And I think every Israeli, every Jew on the planet, unless you're a far left nut job, is totally down with this plan. Totally. So I think you're misguided on what you heard and what it actually meant. It simply meant safety and security. And if the only way to get it was to put Jews there, then that was what they wanted to do. But this is a completely different scenario, and it's wonderful. Thank you.
By the way, Gaza, under the international law, is Israeli land. Doesn't mean that Israel cannot give it away to whatever they choose, but that's the international law.
The thing that I think is crazy about this, really more than anything else, and I've been thinking about this a lot today since this announcement dropped, is if the Palestinians and the Israelis in 1947, if the Palestinian political leadership under Husseini had agreed to a two-state solution at that moment in time, how different things would be today, right? And you can look at the map. You can see that the amount of territory that was allocated to the Palestinian state at the time, it was a large period. It was much bigger than the territory today. I mean, the Palestinians were allocated territories from Gaza, the entire Gaza Strip, and then a strip of land extending south into the Negev. And I mean,
it's truly stunning what they squandered. It's truly, and you can. There's always a cognitive dissonance when you're speaking to them, and I'm not without sympathy for the individual Gazan on the street who's in a terrible situation. But when you really talk about those who are the most impassioned of their cause, talk about what they turned down, and then what little scraps they're fighting for now by comparison. It must be overwhelming to them. They have to probably not think about it.
It's really crazy. It's stunning. Let's go to Up and Over, and then.
Hey there, and welcome to another edition of Israel Explained. Is the United States annexing the Gaza Strip edition? I did not think I would ever gonna say anything like that. So what happened today? Well, we had the meeting between Trump and Netanyahu that everyone was talking about and everyone was expecting to be historic. And it ended up being a lot more historic than anyone expected in a way that nobody expected. So let's jump right into it. Because a lot of people were wondering whether this was going to signal if Israel and Hamas were on their way to a second phase, or if there was going to be an annexation of the West Bank, or if there was going to be an attack on Iran. And the truth is, none of those questions were answered. But a new question was raised that makes all the other questions seem almost irrelevant and antiquated. So what basically happened is Trump suggested today that the entire population of Gaza be relocated elsewhere. He didn't say how that would happen. He didn't say exactly where they would go. And that once they were relocated, the United States would annex the Gaza Strip. Yes, you heard that right. And remain there, controlling it for the long term. So what exactly did Trump say? Here are some quotes. The transfer of the population, he said, would occur, and then the U.S. could, quote, do something nice, really beautiful, where they wouldn't want to return. Them, I assume, being the Palestinians. He said, Gaza's been a very bad place. Quote, this has been happening for years. It's all death. If we can get a beautiful area to resettle people permanently in nice homes, then they can be happy enough not to be shot, not to be killed, not to be knifed to death like what's happening in Gaza. Right now, you have there hazardous situations in terms of explosives all over the place. And he's not talking about some of the population of Gaza like a lot of people expected him to be. He made it very clear he was talking about everyone when asked about it. He said, quote, all of them. We're talking about probably 1.7 million, maybe 1.8 million. And I think all of them will be resettled in areas where they can live a beautiful life and not be worried about dying daily. Who would pay for it? Well, similarly to the way in his previous term, Trump said that Mexico would pay for the wall, he said money for the project will come from, quote, other people, wealthy nations, and they're willing to supply it, end quote. He did not say who those nations are, considering the closeness of the ties of his administration with Qatar and with Saudi Arabia and possibly the UAE. That's at least what he's thinking, I would imagine, but he did not say. The fact that all of the Palestinians in Gaza would be involved in this at least implies this would not be voluntary, but rather it would be forced. He didn't say that, but that's implied. I think it's important from a legal standpoint and a moral standpoint to be very clear that allowing the people of Gaza to leave Gaza to other places, if they so wish, is their right. And there's nothing illegal about that. And looking at how Gaza looks right now, it's easy to imagine why someone living there would want to live somewhere else. But forcing them to leave against their will because they're Palestinians in order to bring in other people is the definition of ethnic cleansing and would be a war crime. Now, a lot of people were expecting Trump to talk about removing the Palestinian population from Gaza in one form or another. What he said was more extreme than expected, but that topic was expected to come up. But then Trump brought up something that absolutely no one outside of his close circle, I'm assuming, expected him to bring up. He said, quote, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it too. We'll love it, and we'll be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous bombs and other weapons on the site, and get rid of destroyed buildings, and create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing. Trump also said during the press conference that that would be permanent. He said, quote, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip. I do see a long-term ownership position, and I see it bringing great stability to that part of the Middle East and maybe the entire Middle East. So this doesn't appear, at least from what he was saying in the press conference, to be something temporary. It appears to be at least the aspiration for a permanent American occupation of Gaza. He says that it will create jobs. He says that it will increase the economy. It's not clear exactly jobs for who, because the Palestinians are not supposed to stay there. Later on, he was asked who would actually live there and if that would include Palestinians. So he said everyone would live there. The world's people would live there once the U.S. was finished rebuilding it. Asked if Palestinians could be among them, he said, yes, they could be. It will be an international area. He said everyone will be living there, including Palestinians. But when asked if he wanted Israeli settlements there, he said that he doesn't. That doesn't sit well with his development plans. Settlements are not good for business. So I think the vision he has here, I'm reading between the lines, is of some sort of real estate development, very luxurious, very classy, I'm assuming, and Israeli settlements or Palestinian refugee camps or the kind of things that we usually see in that area wouldn't sit well with this plan. He has a new vision for it. And the truth is, the people who said that what Trump is planning for this is real estate development and that Jared Kushner's discussions of real estate on the beach are what's going to happen here, it kind of looks like they were right, at least in terms of how Trump is envisioning all this stuff right now. One of the strangest things about that press conference, there were a lot of strange things about it, was Netanyahu's behavior. He seemed a little bit bemused. It's not clear if he was surprised by the American annexation element. I have a feeling he was. I have a feeling that he wasn't told about that, but maybe he was. Certainly he wasn't surprised by the rest of it, which we know that they discussed. He didn't say much about it. He did approve of it, though. He said, quote, that Trump has a different idea, and I think it's worth paying attention to. We're talking about it. He's exploring it with people, with his staff. I think it could change history, and pursuing this avenue is worthwhile, end quote. So not really a full endorsement, but a partial endorsement of Trump's plan to annex the Gaza Strip and remove the entire population. What Netanyahu seemed really busy with in that press conference was, not to put too fine a point on it, sucking up to Trump, talking about how he was, quote, the greatest friend Israel had ever had in the White House, end quote, and listing all of his real and adding several imaginary accomplishments. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that from world leaders who think that that's the best way to manipulate Trump. I have to say that when Trump was hearing this long speech about how great he was, he didn't look that impressed. He looked like he'd heard it before, and he wanted to move on to business. The general appearance that press conference gave, and I think anyone who saw it would agree, was that Trump was the boss and Netanyahu was being led, that Trump was very much the alpha, Netanyahu was very much the beta in the relationship. It's not clear what was said in private, but whatever it was, it seems to have chastised Netanyahu to some extent. And my guess is that he didn't get what he wanted on several things that were on his shopping list, most notably an attack on Iran. When asked about an attack on Iran in the press conference, Trump made it very clear that he wants to pursue diplomacy first, although he certainly didn't take it off the table. When asked about annexation of the West Bank, we'll talk about that in a minute, that seemed more likely, but he didn't say that he would do that either. Netanyahu may have wanted some sort of assurance that that Trump will move towards normalization with Saudi Arabia now and prioritize that over the second phase of the hostage deal, as reports on Channel 12 yesterday said that he would try to get Trump to agree. It doesn't look like Trump agreed to that. So it looks like Trump is doing his own thing. And some of that fits well with what Netanyahu wants, and some of it doesn't. And Netanyahu has just accepted that he has to do what Trump tells him. And that was very clear in the body language between them, where Trump was a lot more dominant than Netanyahu and a lot more dominant over Netanyahu than he had been in previous meetings during Trump's first term. Now, Netanyahu got plenty out of this, don't get me wrong. One of the things he got is Trump said that if Hamas does not return all the hostages, he would support an escalation against Hamas, and they would pay a very high price. And that seems to go along with the idea of ethnic cleansing of the population of Gaza. Trump didn't rule out deploying American troops and having troops on the ground in Gaza, which it would require to do that, to remove the population that doesn't want to leave. But it sounds more likely that the IDF would go in if negotiations over phase 2 or over phase 3 failed, and they would be doing it, and that might be what the high price was referring to, among other things. Now, the caveat, of course, is this is Donald Trump, and he makes very bold statements. Maybe he means them, maybe he doesn't. Sometimes he moves on to other things, and sometimes he uses them as leverage for negotiations to achieve his other goals. We saw that with the tariffs with Canada and Mexico, where he ended up backing off from the tariffs in order to accept what some observers believe was pretty similar to what they were offering to begin with. So there is a chance he backs off from this. The most Machiavellian interpretation of what he's doing here is that maybe he's threatening Hamas and trying to get them to make concessions for the second and third phase and agree to leave Gaza. Because right now it doesn't look like they'll agree to leave Gaza. But if they feel that there's a credible threat of ethnic cleansing and wholesale slaughter of Hamas and their families and so on and so forth, then they might be more willing to make concessions. So if that's the case, we're talking about some very extreme but possibly effective brinkmanship in negotiations. But it's also possible that he's being serious about this. And if he's being serious about this, Netanyahu is certainly not going to stop. What's fascinating is how much support this move is getting in Israel. I've been watching Israeli social media. I've been watching the Israeli news. Very few people in Israel are against this. And that includes people on the left. The extreme left is, of course, against this, calling it ethnic cleansing, so on and so forth. but a lot of people in the moderate left are for it. And one of the most interesting things I saw was on Channel 12. They had Arad Nir, who's a foreign correspondent, one of the more left-leaning people in mainstream Israeli media. They asked him what he thinks about what Trump said, and Arad Nir said quite simply, quote, "The success of Trump is the success of Israel, and the less I say about that, the better," end quote. It really shows how much Trump has won over the Israeli populace. His plan has won over the Israeli populace. Israelis are really sick of the Palestinians, and they want to see them gone. Now, as far as the West Bank is concerned, that was discussed before this historical press conference. Trump said that he will be making an announcement on the matter sometime in the next 4 weeks. He said, "We've been discussing it with many of your representatives," and that, by the way, includes settlers. "You're represented very well," he said to Netanyahu, "but we haven't taken a position on it yet," end quote. So he's been talking to a lot of people who want Israel to annex the West Bank and hasn't made a decision. If he makes a decision to allow Israel to annex the West Bank, what we could be seeing is a dramatic attempt to resolve, quote unquote, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict by changing it demographically. If 2 million Palestinians are removed from Gaza, the Jews will have a much bigger majority. Right now they might have a minority, but Jews will have a majority between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean. And that would make permanent annexation and integration of the West Bank, especially once you have that precedent of ethnic cleansing. So you could see at least partial ethnic cleansing from the West Bank, guaranteeing a permanent Jewish majority between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River. So we could be seeing a complete change in the conflict to what would basically be complete Jewish dominance over the historical land of Israel and Palestine. So really, you couldn't think of a more dramatic press conference than the one we've just seen, but it could be the opening bid of some sort of negotiation. What we're going to see now is the Arab states standing up to Trump and trying to convince him not to do this. Because if the Arab states are allowed to do this, allow this to happen, their population will be livid. They're also concerned about being forced to take Palestinians. Palestinians in Arab states have often led to instability. We've seen that in Jordan. We've seen that in Lebanon. We've seen that in Kuwait. So for various reasons, they're going to oppose this. The Gulf states have a lot of pull with Trump and with Witkoff. So the next thing to watch is how much pressure and how successful is it on Trump to back away from this. A lot of that will also depend on how serious Trump is about this. We don't know the answer to that yet, but I'll be following this.
Intelligence warns the terror group could soon strike Americans. Defense experts agree Hezbollah has the ability to attack U.S. interests at home and abroad. National Security Correspondent Caitlin Burke reports.
According to new data gathered by U.S. intelligence agencies, the risk of an assault by Hezbollah is rising alongside growing tensions in the region.
Hezbollah is a very real threat to us here in the United States.
Simone Ladine, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Mideast Policy, says the Iran-backed terror group has a longer reach than many others in the region.
They have sleeper cells here in the U.S. in many cities across the country. This has been documented in multiple court cases. And we have reason to believe that
USAID UN Human Rights Council and Relief Work Agency. This amid disturbing new reports that Iran could already have North Korean-designed nuclear missiles that would be capable of hitting Europe. The president was asked about that today. Take a look.
How close do you think Iran is to developing nuclear weapons?
I think they're close. They're too close. But again, you could go back 4 years. I would have said they would have had it during this intervening period. But they're pretty close, Peter.
Here with more, the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, is with us. Steve, great to see you. Two big messages that I see tonight. Number one, Iran can never and will never have a nuclear weapon. Number two, Gaza, which has been destroyed, can no longer be a launching pad for Hamas or other radical Islamic terrorists. Knowing Donald Trump as I do, tell me if I'm wrong, is he not telling the Middle East that it's time for you to step up and absorb the population of the Palestinian people and rebuild this and demilitarize this area?
First of all, thank you for having me tonight, Sean. I think he's telling the Middle East that the last 50 years of doing things was not a correct way of doing things, and that he's going to change it up because all of those iterations have not worked. He's also telling the Middle East that he wants to be transparent with the Palestinian people. Gaza today is uninhabitable and will probably be uninhabitable for at least the next 10 to 15 years. That's how much work has to be done there.
Are other countries in the region, Steve, because you have been, deep into the negotiations on all sides, are they willing to step up, help this population, and rebuild the area and demilitarize it?
I think everybody wants to see peace in the region, Sean. And peace in the region means a better life for the Palestinians. A better life is not necessarily tied to the physical space that you're in today. A better life is about a better opportunity, better financial conditions, better aspirations for you and your family. That doesn't occur because you get to pitch a tent in the Gaza Strip and you're surrounded by 30,000 munitions that could go off at any moment. It's a dangerous place to live today. And the president is saying, let's make it better for these people. Let's give them more hope. And if there are different places for them to live, let them make that choice. And I think he's right.
Yeah, he said, let's get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for people. Where the media is freaking out is, oh, Donald Trump's going to take over Gaza. But there's one other thing is, and the president was very clear, Iran. If we look at the number one state sponsor of terror, they fund Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, the Houthi rebels. They launch their own ballistics into Israel. This has to stop. Will it stop?
Well, you've heard the president say it. That's his direction, and I couldn't agree with him more. They cannot have a weapon. If they have a weapon, a nuclear weapon, then every other country in the GCC is going to look to get one. And now the arms race is on. That's an unacceptable place for the GCC to go. He will stop it. The beginning of that is maximum sanctions. Hopefully we don't have to go past that. And beyond that, Sean, it's not just a nuclear weapon. Iran has been the benefactor for Hamas, for Hezbollah, and now for the Houthis, and that has to end. And the president has said that.
Will President Trump, if needed, if the Israelis believe they're on the verge of a nuclear outbreak, will he provide bunker buster bombs? Because there was a report today that he will provide weapons that Joe Biden would never provide.
Well, the president has signed orders today that resupply the Israelis with ammunition, and they already have bunker buster bombs.
Okay, let's have a look at the chat. Has Luke ever smoked marijuana? Never touched it. Does Luke use a water filter? Never touched it. I have no idea what to think about this announcement that the United States is taking over the Gaza Strip, but it's exciting.
Let's bring in our global ABC Affairs Editor John Lyons, who's in the studio with me. John, I mean, we had to clarify that we heard what we thought we heard moments ago when he made those comments, such a casual delivery of what is such a profound shift. What did we hear?
Well, Gemma, that was a political earthquake, 9.5 at least on the Richter scale for the Middle East. An American president has just overturned 50, 60 years of bipartisan policy, of accepted policy in the US, policy accepted by the European Union, by Australia, for a two-state solution. The hope that what the United Nations decided in 1947-48 with the creation of Israel would lead to peace in the Middle East. It was extraordinary. I couldn't believe when he said, we will take over the Gaza Strip and we'll own it. He's basically saying that the United States will unilaterally seize one of the most sensitive parts of the Middle East and just take it over. And when he was asked by somebody who will live there, he said the world's people. will live there. It'll be the Riviera of the Middle East, an international, unbelievable place. Now, he's been building up to this, but what we just heard then, I think, will be studied in generations by historians, because if this goes to head, I think it locks the United States and Israel into long-term conflict with the Arab world.
We've got, we'll repeat some of those comments that we heard from Donald Trump just now.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings.
So, John, there's always that question, are they off-the-cuff remarks or is this policy? But it was repeated over and over again. And not making that mistake again that we've heard comments from Donald Trump and thought they were off-the-cuff remarks when indeed they were not.
That's right. He's clearly been thinking about this for some time. He's been letting out hints over the last few days. He says everybody he speaks to loves this idea. And it's interesting, we need to think how the Arab and Muslim world will think about this. In Israel, the right wing, the far right, will love this. In fact, Benjamin Netanyahu said something very revealing there. He said that Donald Trump has taken this idea of moving Palestinians to a higher level, even than the right wing in Israel. And while he was speaking, while Donald Trump had made those comments, interesting to see a tweet on X by Itamar Ben-Gvir, who's one of the two leaders of the extreme right in Israel, saying, Donald, this looks like the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Just to put that into perspective, who Donald Trump's appealing to here. Last year I was in Israel for Four Corners and we interviewed Ami Ayalon, the former head of Shin Bet, Israel's security services. He described that man, Ben-Gvir, who is applauding so gleefully now Donald Trump. He said he's a terrorist. And Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister, talked about these messianic extremists of Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. This has even surprised the far right in Israel. I don't think they can believe, A, their luck, and B, that the American president would go this far. And to me, he was talking like, it was like a chief executive of a company announcing a takeover. That we are taking over BHP or we're taking over this company. We are taking over Gaza. I mean, it's one thing, I suppose, when he said we will take over Greenland or we'll change the name from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. People guffawed a bit and Donald Trump Jr. went to Greenland and everyone had a bit of a laugh. And that sort of receded a bit. But to say I'm going to take over Gaza and Americans go in there and essentially level it, clear it, and develop it into this Riviera. I mean, that's just theft of land. And for those two men in the Arab world and across the Middle East, they'll be looking at those two men. Let's have a quick look at the timeline here. 1947, the UN says, let's create the two states. There has to be a Jewish state alongside an Arab state. 1967, the war between Israel and its neighbours, the occupation of the Gaza Strip and the West Bank begins. Then the Israelis pull out of Gaza. And then we have October 7, atrocities by Hamas, in my view, war crimes. Then for 15 months, thousands and thousands of American bombs dropped by the Israeli army have led to this devastation and rubble. Now we have the two men standing side by side, Netanyahu clearly delighted, while Donald Trump says essentially, let's turn it into one of the world's largest and newest real estate developments. This is politics like we have never, ever seen before.
And that reasoning, I mean, that devastation, that rubble there in Gaza, that goes to his very reasoning where it takes it upon himself, this is Trump, to speak on behalf of Gaza and saying that they would love the opportunity to move. Now, we heard a bit of what he had to say about Gaza as it stands at the moment. Let's have a look at that.
The Gaza Strip has been a hellhole for people living there. It's been horrible. Hamas has made it so bad, so dangerous, so unfair to people. And by doing what I'm recommending that we do, it's a very strong recommendation, but it is a strong recommendation. By doing that, we think we're going to bring perhaps great peace to long beyond this area.
So we had these profound comments that we heard at this press conference about the US taking over, but we had a hint earlier ahead of that meeting where saying that Gazans should effectively move elsewhere. There'll be, 4 or 5 different places for them to go.
Well, in fact, he's gone from 4 and 5 different places an hour and a half ago to 8, 9 or 12 now. Yeah. So there's 7 more places over an hour and a half. Suggests to me this is pretty chaotic. It's on the run. Now, what will be worth watching now will be the pushback from the Arab world, particularly the Saudi Arabians. The Jordanians and the Egyptians are in the debt and thrall of the United States. The United States essentially props up those two dictatorships.
Well, Trump said, he does have a feeling that they'll be favourable to this.
Yeah, he has a feeling because he can essentially bring down those regimes as they currently exist. They have to make a choice. I think Egypt will, al-Sisi, the general who took over, will probably do what Donald Trump, largely what he wants. They're much more compliant. The Jordanians will be more of a problem. But the really key player here will be Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is the emerging giant of the Middle East. Now that Iran's become seriously weakened with the full backing of Donald Trump and the Sunni world, Saudi Arabia is the glittering prize for Israel, for normalisation. That's the one they really want. They had the Abraham Accords under Donald Trump's first term, and now the prize was that. And in fact, one of the reasons I think Hamas made their October 7 attack when they did, and this is a view supported by former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, is I think Hamas wanted to head off that normalisation deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. That's the glittering prize, because once that's done, then if the Saudis don't insist on a Palestinian state, that's the end of a Palestinian state. Now, if the Saudis say we decide for whatever reasons on the Arab street we can't go along with this, this is essentially a forced transfer that's being suggested here. This connotes sort of imagery of Palestinians being put in trucks and taken away to another place. Now, that's not an image that anybody in the Middle East, I imagine a lot of Israelis wouldn't be comfortable with that image, because these people are not going to go willingly. The Palestinians are surely the most determined and stubborn people in the Middle East. They've had so much thrown at them, and Hamas has thrown everything back at Israel. So what we're seeing here now is seismic. We're seeing a complete political earthquake in the Middle East.
So many questions to follow from that. Immediately, though, John, what does this mean for the next round of ceasefire negotiations?
The ceasefire negotiations ushered by Donald Trump will probably go ahead. It's in Israel's interest that go ahead. They want to get those remaining hostages out. Tragically, many of them are not alive anymore, so they want the remains so they can be given a dignified burial in Israel. And I think that will go ahead. I think that this is such big picture stuff that it goes way above the hostage deal. This now gets into the realm of what does... Iran was a major player now, and they're quite right that they have been weakened now. Watch what Saudi Arabia is suddenly opening itself to the world, massive tourism, they're becoming a big player, and Donald Trump's always had a particular connection. His son-in-law makes a lot of money out of Saudi Arabia, Jared Kushner, and so I think Donald Trump will look at Saudi and try to convince them.
We know that Netanyahu's been under domestic pressure to keep this war in Gaza going, and we know that Donald Trump has said that he wants to be a peacemaker. So trying to get your head around how those two, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, are in lockstep. We heard the comment from Netanyahu there in that news conference, Israel will end the war by winning the war. So what do we take from that?
Well, from the sort of chemistry of the two there, it sounds like Donald Trump will back Benjamin Netanyahu in whatever the aim is. But the question is, we always wondered what happens now with Gaza. Yeah. We've now got a proposal from the United States president that's essentially to turn it into the world's most unlikely major property development. And there have been people in Israel, by the way, on the right who've joked in the last few months about a condominium on the waterfront, and we can take that land in Gaza. And a lot of the settlers in Israel want to return to Gaza. They were there and they were physically pulled out. Many of them didn't want to leave. And so they'll be delighted to want to go back in there. But the idea, to hear a US president saying, we will take it over, we will own it,
Yeah.
So can the United States just decide we want to own this, we want to own that? I mean, can they just say we want to own anywhere in the world? Is that what the world's come to?
Yeah, and there were a few questions on that, and Trump continued to double down on it. We saw in recent weeks those jubilant scenes of people returning to northern Gaza, for example. As this news filters through there, I mean, how is this going to be? What is the reaction we're going to see from Gazans, from the wider Arab world?
Well, the Gazans are desperately trying to get food and water over the last... We know that in recent weeks a lot of babies have frozen to death, according to human rights groups. It is the most miserable place on earth, or one of. Children have been having adult operations over the last year without anaesthetics. The numbers of children with legs and arms amputated. UNICEF calculated a year ago that there are as many as 19,000 orphans there. We've had children burying other children, burying their siblings because the parents were dead. So I think the people in Gaza, I mean, if they need to get food and water and medicines before they can even contemplate this big picture, to know that there's a man standing in the White House essentially saying that there's a number of 12 or so different places you can go to. Now, he did say there could be numerous sites or one site. But, I mean, history will judge today as an extremely key moment in the Middle East.
By Hamas. And John, can you just sum up for us how profound a shift?
Many observers thinking that this could really endanger what's already a fairly fragile ceasefire at this point. We know that there are members of Netanyahu's coalition, especially on the far right in Israel, who already don't want to progress to phase 2. They prefer to pick up the fight again and to take that conflict back towards Hamas, which is seen to be regrouping in Gaza. So this kind of proposal, this sort of rhetoric from the president, I think there is a risk that this could affect those talks going forward.
Now, for more on this, I'm joined by Yusuf Munea, head of the Palestinian-Israel program at the Arab Center at Washington, D.C. It's a non-profit research organization. Yusuf, thank you for joining me. Now, there's a lot to unpack, and I do want to get your thoughts.
Hello, I'm Evan Kozlov. You're watching a special report on Spectrum News. It is 6:50 on the dot in the nation's capital, where President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu are holding a news conference right now. Let's listen in.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it. Gaza is a hellhole right now. I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East.
I think it's something that could change history.
And you just heard from President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They discussed the ongoing ceasefire negotiations and the future of the Gaza Strip, suggesting greater U.S. involvement in Gaza. Joining me now to discuss all of this, Spectrum News political anchor Alex Cohen. She's in Los Angeles. And Alex, I think we should start right there with his comments on the Gaza Strip. The line that I wrote down and underlined was, quote, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
It is an absolutely stunning development, Evan. I would add as the subhead to that the words we just heard a few moments ago, the president referring to it as potentially becoming, and I quote, the Riviera of the Middle East.
What does this say sort of about Trump's approach to diplomacy? You know, a longtime developer, obviously he's talking about ways to deal with this. This is a thorny, complicated issue.
I think as much as they're approaching this as a political situation, they're also looking at it as a development project, which is actually something that Donald Trump has a fair amount of experience and expertise in.
Alex, I want to change gears just a little bit and talk about the fact that Netanyahu is the first foreign leader that was invited to come and visit in Trump's second term. He's going to be followed by Jordan's King Abdullah.
There is something to be said about being the first.
Just to add on, he said that he would like to visit Israel. I believe I also heard him say he would like to visit Gaza, which would certainly be a major development if that were to happen.
There's this very frail ceasefire that's on the table right now, and we've been hearing from President Trump that this may or may not last.
Thank you so much for your time. This is going to be a developing situation that we're going to have to continue to watch here. We also had Taylor.
Okay, let's try to stay on top of everything that's going down. Okay, seeing complaints here from Palestinians. Let's see what else we got.
Accusations of war crimes. Now, as Mr. Netanyahu and Mr. Trump meet in Washington, Israeli forces have been conducting large-scale operations in the occupied West Bank. They say it's to suppress Iranian-backed militant groups in Jenin. Residents and officials there have described the city, which houses a large Palestinian refugee camp, as a ghost town, with destruction on a scale not seen for 20 years. Israel had ordered civilians to leave as part of the operation. Lucy Williamson sent this report from Jenin.
Israel's war with its Palestinian enemies didn't stop with the ceasefire in Gaza. It moved to the occupied West Bank.
I do want to go to you first because this is a stunner. I'm just assuming that there is a lot of reaction right now to what we just heard. Official reaction. Please, Jared.
I mean, actually, I've pinged a few people and there's just silence. I mean, let's be very clear. Outside of Jared Kushner making a passing remark, a seemingly passing remark back in March of Gaza having beautiful waterfront property, we have not heard the words of candidate Donald Trump or President Trump suggest the takeover of a land where millions of people call home, the moving them out and the taking over and the ownership of the United States. And I think that what this represents, I think, cannot be overstated here. Back in the first Trump administration, there was some semblance of a governing structure in the Trump administration. In 2020, with the help of Jared Kushner, they did put forward what they called the two-state solution proposal, right? There was going to be a two states, and yet there was going to have Israeli security forces overseeing the Palestinian state. Palestinian President Abbas completely rejected it. Okay, but at least it was some sort of a plan or something that was put forward. This is not anything of a plan. This is a complete American imperialism at its roots, at its core. Donald Trump suggesting that this land in the Middle East would be better occupied and overseen by America. I just don't think we can really begin to even comprehend what we're hearing 2 weeks in from this administration in terms of the role that the United States is supposed to play. And even Bibi Netanyahu stood next to him and said, I think that the American president sees maybe a different plan than what I do, but
Prime Minister, you are talking tonight
very closely over.
Misspoke, or he said it once. He said it again and again and again. The United States will take over the Gaza Strip. We'll own it.
Aaron, it's extraordinary to hear a sitting American president say such words. Never mind the history here that really flies in the face of so much of what he said. But let's just focus on the president himself for one moment. He also said, did not back away from the idea of sending U.S. troops to the region. Donald Trump rose in his political prominence because of his opposition to America's longest wars in the Middle East, of course, Iraq and Afghanistan. And there we heard President Trump saying, not ruling out the idea of sending a U.S. Troops to the region. So that, of course, is one issue. But the whole idea of the U.S. owning that, and he was asked there, under what authority would that happen, answering everyone loves the idea.
Yep.
And, of course, our own Caitlin Collins asking the question there, what happens sort of when it's rebuilt, and envisioning this as a Riviera. So we also can't help but wonder here, as we've watched the president speak all day long at several events, really for a couple hours in length, making the sort of the story here about his ideas. Meanwhile, across Washington, across the country, and indeed the world, the government is being reshaped by Elon Musk, by others. So it's unclear if this is something that certainly is a provocative that gets headlines, which we should pay attention to it, of course, but also shining a light on this as opposed to what is actually happening in real time. The protests we can hear outside the White House here, of course, for the Israeli prime minister, but also people protesting what he's doing to this government, Aaron.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to go to Israel in just a second. Obviously, the moment of this is so crucial. Caitlin Collins was inside that room. And Caitlin, in that room, obviously the cacophony of reporters all yelling out. Nonetheless, the news stunning, and the president did not directly answer the crucial question you asked about where the Palestinians who consider the Gaza Strip home would go.
Yeah, Aaron, it was a remarkable moment here in that press conference. Typically, just to give you a sense, when a world leader is here, they do a press conference that's known as a 2-and-2, where 2 reporters from one side asks a question and 2 reporters from the American press ask a question. This turned into a more freewheeling press conference, really building off of what Trump came out and said in his opening statement that built off of what he had been saying all day long, even before the Israeli prime minister arrived here at the White House, which was talking about Palestinians leaving Gaza while it is being rebuilt. He has now suggested twice that Egypt and Jordan could take them. Both of those countries have outright rejected any notion of that happening. And I should note the King of Jordan will be visiting here next week, as the president was just referencing to me there when he was answering my question, and looking at this in terms of what this looks like going forward and how the United States would take ownership of the U.S. Gaza. He left open the idea that American forces could be involved in that. But the real crux of that question is where the Palestinians are supposed to go. There are over 1 million people living in that enclave. And while the president is talking about what it looks like now and how destroyed it has been since this war started 16 months ago, that is the question here, because obviously this is an area that is rife with tension and incredibly sensitive. And what that could look like is a massive question here of what
position for the United States of America. Everybody I know loves the idea. Prime Minister Netanyahu, hardliner on the issue, says Trump's taking it to another level. What even would be the reaction within Israel to hear the President of the United States saying what he just said?
Well, first of all, I think, Aaron, we need to be really clear about what we just heard from the President of the United States. He is suggesting the forcible permanent displacement of about 2 million people from a place that they call home. He is talking about relocating Palestinians out of Gaza forcibly. He is talking about potentially using U.S. troops to do so, which would involve putting U.S. troops in combat to rout the Hamas militants who surely would not leave willingly, and also to remove Palestinian civilians who also will not leave their homes willingly. And so that obviously has enormous implications for what the president is suggesting here. And we should note that, as the president is talking about displacing Palestinians from Gaza, he is talking about it in the context of all that they have suffered over the last 15 months of war and decades of conflict. But rather than solving the conflict, the president is saying, let's take one party of the conflict out of this place that they call home and turn it into a real estate development that would attract, I think he said, the people of the world who would be able to live there. He did say that would include some Palestinians, as well as also suggesting that would also include Israelis. So this is a quite radical idea from President Trump, and certainly one that is going to be rejected out of hand by Palestinians on the ground, and I suspect by many Arab leaders in the region as well.
Well, Jim, just to state the obvious, and I know many like us who have reported from Israel on this issue, you will talk to someone who will talk about how they still have the keys to their family's home in Ashkelon, which is on obviously the Israeli side, who are Palestinians. Like, to imagine the people who live in Gaza are just going to happily, merrily go live in some kind of a permanent refugee camp like Syrians have been living in Syria is obviously absurd. But what President Trump just said there is the only reason to go back is if they have nowhere else to go. Jim, of course, that's not the reason they want to go back. They want to go back because it's home. So then what does all this actually mean? Does this all just become a whole lot of hot air or not?
Well, listen, apply that principle to...
Okay, this is curious with the U.S. Postal Service.
Today, certainly over the coming days, now he seems to be walking that back, and Trump has saying that Norman from...
price to pay, he may well be right.
For the latest from China, here's our correspondent, Stephen McDonald.
The US Postal Service has just announced that it's suspending all packages coming in from China, mainland China and Hong Kong. Now, presumably, that's so they can work out how to start charging tariffs on each one of these packages, because they have to now go through customs clearance. They're saying that normal letters can still enter the US, but packages... as of now, from China.
Okay, sorry, China. Let's get a little bit more here from Sky News Australia.
My colleague Annalise Nielsen was in the news conference
Annalise there at the White House, and she joins us live. This is an extraordinary moment in US foreign policy in the Middle East. This is quite the moment. Can you give our viewers a sense of what it was like there in the White House when this was announced and what the reaction was, the questioning, but also importantly, the following on the statements from Donald Trump as he sought to explain, elaborate and justify this announcement?
Well, look, Donald Trump had all the big dogs there with him. He had his Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, the Vice President was there, J.D. Vance as well. And this really had the hallmarks of being a well-planned announcement. And I know some people are going to disagree with me on that, that maybe he spoke with hyperbole or he didn't actually mean to say that he intends for the US to own that part of the world. And I think there is some truth to that as well. I think that potentially what he would be looking at is Israeli territory there, that they have private investments in. It's notable this came the day after he announced the US was going to start a sovereign wealth fund, and that would certainly put themselves in competition with some other big sovereign wealth funds in that part of the world. But I think what we're looking at here is Donald Trump shaking things up before the second phase of the ceasefire deal negotiations. And I think that's critical here when he says, we're going to relocate everyone from Gaza to other wealthy Arab nations in the area because they'll surely want to move. Of course, people have wanted to get out of Gaza over the last year and a bit. Of course, there would be people that want to leave and would resettle. It's the actual countries in that region that won't take them, that won't open the border to Egypt. That is what he's putting on the table, saying, we're going to go back to the basics of this. Why aren't you guys taking this? And it's completely reshaping the negotiation there. And I think my interpretation of it, I'm certainly not an expert in Middle East politics, but I've been watching US politics for quite some time, and this is how Donald Trump does it. He resets the negotiating parameters to suit himself. He wants everyone to be unsure of what he's going to say next. He wants to throw in things that no one expected to reframe the discussion and likely end up back somewhere where he originally wanted, but probably not quite what he's announced today.
Yes, OK, so that we shouldn't expect necessarily boots on the ground and a for real takeover and a redevelopment as a...
Okay, crazy times. Try to stay abreast. This is nuts. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.